A huge thanks to,
Sorry, I forgot to start the recording, Shannon. Your whole thing at the beginning is gone with the wind. Sorry about that.
okay, so a huge thanks to Shannon Piazza for an outstanding job being the president of ACURe for this academic year. She's amazing and she's been very fun to work with, so thanks to her. I'm Amy Candelario from the University of Iowa. I'm the residency program coordinator as well as the ACURe membership committee chair. And so I'm just going to highlight some ACURe membership perks, benefits, and resources, starting with the coordinator listserv and then moving on to the professional development series, Tag Me Study Group, newsletter, the mentor program, committees, ACURe SAU annual meeting and resources, and then Stephanie Stenner will touch on the Google Drive. Some of this Shannon has already discussed, but I'll just briefly go over that. So moving on to the ACURe coordinator listserv, we currently have 167 members. This is a networking opportunity for all urology residency and fellowship administrators and coordinators. Our email address is listed here. This is a great online tool to start discussions regarding any topic of interest or questions related to program requirements or just in general institutional policies or any questions at all relating to the coordinator position. Moving on to the ACURe professional development. In 2021, our ACURe chairs Denise Massal and Lynn Bass did an outstanding job coordinating all of these sessions. We had outside speakers on July 29th as well as September 15th. And then Lynn and Denise also did the recruitment part 1 and 2 sessions in August. And then Stephanie Stenner did the Zoom refresher workshop sessions, which were great. And here we have the list of the 2022 ACURe professional development sessions. Again, Denise Massal and Lynn Voss. These sessions are held on Thursdays from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They are looking for any suggestions for presentation topics, as well as any volunteers to present. So please reach out to them if there is any interest in this. And their email addresses are listed here to reach out to them. Moving on to the ACURe Tag Me Study Group for 2021, there is a variety of topics listed here. Denise and Lynn did an extraordinary job coordinating and organizing this. The presentation topics are listed as well as the presenters. And then we also have the 2022 sessions. Denise kicked this off on February 10th with, you say you want to be certified, applying and preparing for the Tag Me certification exam. So they are looking for presenters and presentation topics. So please reach out to them if there's any interest in this. And these sessions are also held on Thursdays from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And their emails are listed here to get in touch with them if there is any interest. Moving on to the ACURe newsletter, the ACURe chair is Kim Maddox, as well as the co-chairs Jenny Elf and Stephanie Stenner. And they do an outstanding job with getting these newsletters out quarterly. This is what they have to say. On behalf of the Marketing and Newsletter Committee, we would like to encourage any coordinator to email Kim Maddox at kimmaddox@augusta.edu if you have any topics, important events, planning, and suggestions you would like us to focus on for future newsletters. And then listed here, the quarterly timeframes, December, January, focusing on the SAU meeting, April and May, focusing on professional development opportunities, upcoming graduation, onboarding, and sub-I correspondence. And then in August or September, focusing on interviews. So a huge shout out to them. The ACURe Mentor Program. I started this position, I'm just going to touch base on my experience. I started this position in August of 2019. I went to the 2020 January SAU meeting in Las Vegas before COVID. And I met up with the ACURe group, and I was amazed at the group in general. I attended their conference during that time. I immediately signed up to be a member because I was so impressed. And when I found out they had a mentor program, I immediately signed up, and I feel like that was a life-saving experience. Laura Allen was my initial mentor, excuse me. And she was amazing. We met regularly via Zoom or even just email correspondence back and forth over a variety of topics. It lessened my stress level, just, you know, becoming acclimated into the coordinator position. And then Lynn Vass is my current mentor, and I appreciate her so much. We meet regularly, we email each other. It's just a great experience, and it builds your confidence, I guess, as you go and become acclimated in your position. And I would suggest anyone who's interested in this to please reach out. And it's a great program. I can't say enough about it. And then the newsletter in January had these mentoring testimonies listed here. Thanks to Kim Maddox, Jenny Alf, and Stephanie Stenner. Here we have the list of ACURe committees. We currently have marketing, social media, membership committee, and professional development. If anyone's interested in joining these committees, please reach out, or volunteering any ideas for additional committees. We are open to any suggestions. And there are ACURe emails listed here. And here we have a list of the ACURe executive committee members, as well as the steering committee at large members. This is an outstanding group to work with. It's a great group. We meet regularly to discuss ACURe topics, as well as the future for ACURe. And it's great. These folks are awesome, and everyone on this list has done an excellent job this past year. We do have ACURe committee nominations along with the membership. Elections are held yearly, and they're open to the steering committee as well as the executive officers. We do self-nominations as well as peer nominations, and I believe the nominations will be coming soon. And our ACURe email address is listed on this page here. The ACURe is in conjunction with the SAU. We actually have a link on the SAU site under the resources tab, and that link is listed here, as well as the direct link to the google.com. So if there's any interest, go ahead and take a look at that. And then, of course, we will be sending certificates out for participation in today's conference. We would like to get those out by April 1st. So if you do not receive those by April 1st, please email me directly at amy-candelario@uiowa.edu, and we will make sure that you get that certificate for today's participation. And then we have Stephanie Stenner presenting the ACURe Google Drive. So Stephanie, I will hand that off to you.
All righty. Thanks, Amy. Okay, so I think we're running a little behind, so I'm not going to go over this really, except to just say that I'm going to send this out again. This document about where you can find resources is at the top of the ACURe group, Google group webpage. And the main thing I'm going to tell you right now is how to find the web page, because if you are getting the emails for the group, well, I thought I added it, but obviously I didn't add it. So I'm sorry. Let me go back and find it. I thought I just added it to this slide. If you are getting emails from the group, but you have never gone to the group page, then you can't access all of these shared resources. So the way you find that, you should be able to see, sorry, it's an ugly, messy screen, but that's just what we got to live with. All you have to do is go and start a Google search. When the search page opens, type in Google Groups, click on the hyperlink for Google Groups. It will open a window that shows you what groups you're in, and then you can click right there, and there you are in the page. There's a welcome message at the top of the page. There's a link to the Google Drive there. There's a little highlighted link. If you want to upload documents, that's where you put them, and just let us know that you have uploaded a document so we can move it into the right folder. And there is some other information there, which I'm not going to show you because, you know, it's not on my little screen here. And again, I'm just trying to get through this quickly so that Dr. Wilson can get started because we are at 11:25 right now. And I'll be talking to you later about some other things. And if you do have any questions, just save them and we can discuss them after in our open forum.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Amy. That was fantastic. Yes, let's get right into it. So I'm super excited about having Dr. Wilson here. I've talked to her a few times already, but when I went to look into her background, I did not realize that she received the Young Urologist Award year last year in 2021. And that is very impressive. That award is given annually to the AUA to one member in each section in recognition of their efforts and commitment to advancing the development of early career urologists. And she was cited for her work as the founder of the nonprofit Urology Unbound, which works to support future and current Black and underrepresented minority medical students and urologists. Now, we all know that this is a big topic with the SAU right now, and Dr. Wilson had talked to me at one point about how difficult it was for her as a medical student in a program that didn't even have a urology program, how she had to fight to get where she is, to not only get in urology, but then to do a fellowship in FPMRS. So I'm really excited to hear what she has to say, because she's going to help us learn about intentional and strategic pipelines into urology. She's also going to talk to us about how to increase recruitment of diverse residents. And this is something we all really, it's such an esoteric topic, and a lot of us don't know how to synthesize it. So Dr. Wilson, thank you so much for your time today, and I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. Thank you for the invite. I'm just so happy to be here with you all this morning because, as someone who went to a school without a urology residency program, I can't tell you how important it would have been, how meaningful it would have been to have a coordinator who I could have gone to give me resources and information. I see on the line, and she's been mentioned multiple times, my very dear friend and coordinator, Kim Maddox. I can't tell you how important it is to all of us residents as we go through you guys. So you guys are so, we depend on you. You guys kind of become our work, I only see women here, so our work moms. And so it's just so important. And so thank you so much for having me. I'm going to speak to you first about Urology Unbound, the overall organization and the pipeline group. And then next, like Shannon said, I'll be speaking about how to increase diversity in urology. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. Please forgive my slides. I am not the best at PowerPoints, and I tried so hard and then I lost everything. Anyways, we're not going to go into that too much. So as was mentioned, my name is Shenelle Wilson. I'm the founder, CEO, president of Urology Unbound, and I'll talk to you about our intentional and strategic pipeline into urology. So a little bit about me first. Let me make sure I have the slides. So I am an immigrant and a child of immigrants. My father there is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's actually from the smallest Grenadine in the island nation of St. Vincent, down in the south of the West Indies. My mother is from Panama, and like I said, I was born in Toronto. My family consists of my parents. I'm the oldest. I've got a brother and sister. My brother, as many of you who went to SAU last year know, that he was applying to match into urology, and he had the privilege of matching into VCU, and he's so excited to be there. But of course, I had a big role in mentoring him into urology. So I'm also from like all over. Like I said, I first was born in Toronto, moved to Maryland. I lived in, then moved to Tallahassee, Detroit, back to Maryland, Silver Spring. I went to college in Puerto Rico. And then from Puerto Rico, moved to South Florida, then back to Maryland, down over to South SoCal. I was in LA for about 6 to 8 months, and then back to Georgia for medical school, residency, left for a little bit to Alabama for fellowship, and now I'm back here in Georgia. So I've had multiple jobs also. As I've, just throughout the years, I've worked in retail. During college, I cleaned the girls' dorm bathrooms, I cleaned the kitchen, I worked in the library, I did hair to pay for my way through medical school, not medical school, nursing school, and I did a lot of interior design once I got out of nursing school and was just kind of in between. I did tutoring when I was in medical school, and I also, like I said, I went to Puerto Rico to become a nurse, and that's actually kind of how I got introduced to urology. So working as a nurse, like I remember seeing urological cases. I didn't really quite put 2 and 2 together, like that there was a distinct field. And I remember watching the show Scrubs. Some of you may recognize Elizabeth Banks' character, but she was supposed to be a urologist. And I remember watching some of my favorite shows, and I was like, no woman would ever go into urology. That's so fake. I'm a nurse, I know this. But of course, that did not end up being the case. I went to medical school, and in my first year, I was still working. And so I went to California and was working in the ER, and this poor urologist had like one of the worst calls ever, because I was just there for a week, and he came in like 3 times. But he came in for 3 different things. I was like, what are you doing? I'm in medical school. This seems really interesting. He took the time, sat me down, told me about urology. I was hooked. So I got back to my med school, and I went to Morehouse, which is an amazing medical school. I can't speak highly enough about it, but we didn't have anyone before me. There was no one who had ever matched into urology. And there was a guy a year above me who got interested in urology, but we were the first 2. And so we were kind of the blind leading the blind. We would ask people at our school, like, what do we need to do? I remember specifically asking, should I do research for in the summer? And they were like, no, enjoy your summer. And, it wasn't that they were trying to tell me like, to keep me away from urology. They just didn't know. And most people from my school tend to go into primary care. So I've always been very invested in mentorship. I love that that's the theme of your meeting today. But I set about trying to identify mentors in urology. In Atlanta, there's one other program, and so I reached out to a urologist there, and she gave me some words of advice, but really wasn't able to establish a relationship with my local program. And it wasn't until I got to know some community urologists in the area that I was then able to get people who kind of knew about how to get into urology. And so those first mentors actually ended up taking me to the AUA that was in Atlanta my third year right before applying into urology. And so at AUA, I was taken to the R. Frank Jones Urological Society, which some of you may know is the Society for Black Urologists within our organization. And so there I met a bunch of urologists who, some of them ended up being my letter writers. I went and rotated with Dr. Bud Burnett at Hopkins, and he wrote one of my letters. And, I really felt embraced by that community and just knew that I wanted to go into academics. I wanted to join these urologists, be able to be in a position so I could mentor more people who look like me who were trying to get into the field. So then I went through and applied. And on the application trail, I definitely noticed, I knew medicine in general was homogenous. It's not too much of a surprise. But when you get to urology, it just becomes even less diverse. And so that kind of caught me off guard. I didn't see very many people who looked like me when I was interviewing. I think I probably ran into, if I were more than 5 other Black applicants I met along the entire time, and I interviewed at like 15 places, I'd be surprised. But I was very fortunate, matched into MCG, Augusta University, whatever name we have now in Augusta, Georgia. Like I said, I was with Kim. I had a great experience there. And then I went to fellowship at UAB in Birmingham. I was fellowship trained in female medicine. And then now I'm in practice in Atlanta, Georgia. I was previously with a large urology group practice, but I'm in the midst of starting my own practice once I take my boards in a few weeks. So, why do I talk about kind of just all of my story and then my journey here? It's because, when we look at urology as a whole, and we look at, what do urologists look like? What does our workforce look like? As I mentioned, I'm Black, I'm a Latina, I'm a woman, and we see that in our own field, only about 4% of urologists are Latin or Hispanic. And over 3 years, we haven't really seen much of a change. If you look from 2015 to now, we're basically at the same amount. Similarly, if you look at our workforce, Black urologists represent about 2% and have represented 2% for a very long time. And so, while we see that in urology, women are also very underrepresented, but we see that there's movement there. We were, as women, at 2% probably around 20 years ago, and now we're about 10 to 11%. So there is evidence that we're able to diversify, and we're able to kind of change some of the things that have been happening, but it's not happening for everyone. And the reason this is an issue is because when we look at the US Census, we know, because we know how bell curves work, we know how proportions should work, we know how things should fall. In our workforce, we should reflect what the population is. And that population consists of, almost 14% Black people, almost 1.5% Alaska Natives. We don't even track that right now within urology. Under 1%, well under 1% of Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and about 19% Latin. And so we don't see that when we look at our fields. This is a picture of all of the urologists on our board of urology, including our very distinguished Dr. McCammon, who's going to be speaking to us a bit later on this morning for you all, going to be afternoon for me. But essentially, at the end of the day, when people look at urology, they don't see me. They don't see people who look like themselves necessarily, and that's just so important. And so that's kind of what that's kind of what inspired me to start Urology Unbound. So what is Urology Unbound? It's a nonprofit organization that collaborates with academic and community healthcare systems, societies, industry partners, and we're working to increase the mentorship opportunities and networking for current and future Black and underrepresented minority urologists. So one of the questions I get asked for is like, who is this for? Why is it just for Black and Latinx? Why isn't it women? And that's a great question. And I answer that because, first of all, in urology, we have the Society of Women in Urology. So we've got a very strong organization that is already doing really great work when it comes to increasing our gender representation. The next reason is because, like I said, women are increasing in urology. And so we know that we can't just focus on women, because if women were increasing in urology at the same proportions that are represented in the population, you would then see the Black population within urology rise because it's such a tiny number. But what's happening is that not all women are being increased within our workforce. And so I wanted to make sure that I very specifically focused on Black and underrepresented minorities. And also, because when I focus on that group, we're still gonna get women. I'm a woman, so we're going to have a lot of women who we are going to increase that number within urology, even though we're just focusing on race and ethnicity. So the rest of the time this morning with this presentation, I'm going to speak to you specifically about the interest group, which is what we're best known for, because overall the organization is for residents, it's for students, and it's for attending. It's supposed to be a longitudinal mentorship organization that supports us throughout our entire careers. But specifically with the interest group, we work with medical students who are pursuing a career in urology. We work with them in 3 areas: professional development, research and education, and mentorship and networking. So with professional development, that comes in the form of webinars, and we're also increasing our newsletters with more educational resources for the students. So those webinars have been how to develop a research portfolio, how to identify a urology mentor. When we have application season, usually we have faculty who come in and give advice directly to those applicants about how to increase their chances of matching into urology. As many of you know, research is such an important part of the application. And so we work with them to give them research education. I've done a few projects myself with some of our students. And we also look to find research opportunities at other institutions that are able to work with students so they can get that extra mentorship from urologists who are doing the work, and also can get those projects on their CV. And of course, most importantly is the mentorship and the networking. Like I said, it was so hard for me to find urologists especially ones who were in academia when I was a medical student. And while it was so wonderful to have community urologists, I knew once I got in far enough that, oh, the letters of recommendation I need to be from academic urologists, because they all know each other. And they're the ones who are talking to each other. And it's not enough just to have community urologists mentoring you. You need to also have academic ones for the letters of recommendation. And so that's kind of what we built the interest group around. And my goal has been, I'm told often that it's very lofty, but I mean, why not have lofty goals? They're your dreams, right? And so I want residency classes to reflect the population within 10 years. It'll take a while for us to make significant changes within the overall population. But if we don't make those changes in residency, that's the future of urology. We're not going to be able to get diverse urologists from like any other way other than through residency. So just to go over just some of our results so far, we started in 2020. So in 2020, I had 39 students who were in the group who were applicants. It's not limited to applicants only. In fact, one of the big pushes that we have and are especially going to try to do this year is to get students much earlier, first year, second year, so we can really start getting them that mentorship. But our first year, we had 39 applicants, and 32 of them ended up either matching or transferring into a urology program in that first year. And I mean, like I said, when I interviewed, I definitely did not see 39 other people who looked like me. And of the people I knew who did interview, a lot of them didn't actually end up matching. In this past year, we had 43 applicants. Our results were not as impressive this year. 29 of our applicants matched into urology, which was still 67%. My goal is for us to get closer to the female match rate, because both groups are so underrepresented within urology. But I'm definitely not going to complain about good results, because ultimately each of these numbers represent people whose lives have been changed, who've been able to match into urology, and just have a lot of pride for being able to work with them for that. So just to go over some of our key programs, one of the main things we're known for is the application polishing program. So these 2 programs that I'm going to talk to you right now are specifically for applicants. And so this program runs between July and September. Applicants are asked to send in their unofficial transcript, their MSPE letter, their personal statements, and their CV, anything that they actually have. Some people don't get their MSPE letters on time. And then once they send those in, we send them to a faculty volunteer who's able to look over everything. We ask them to edit the personal statements, to look at the CV, identify red flags, and then meet with them for 20 to 30 minutes and just give them advice on how to improve their application, what they need to make sure they're adding in, what they probably should take out. And then also just kind of get an idea of how they're approaching the application season and give them some advice. The next thing we're well known for is our virtual mock interviews. And so we recently had our second mock interview weekend. And this is actually a place where we can definitely benefit from coordinator participation. Jenny Alf worked with us this year on conducting one of the interviews. Kim Maddox, who, like I said, I go to Kim for everything all the time still. I tell her she's my forever coordinator, but she helped us get everything together. Last year, when Elise Castugio was still a coordinator, she worked so much with us. And so we really want to work with you all because, like I said, you're so important for those students and those residents to have a good experience and with urology. And so, that we'll be looking out for you guys. But essentially with the mock interview weekend, we tried to simulate a real interview. We had 6 to 8 urologists. I think the first year we had up to 10, and we had the students rotate through each room and get interviewed. But the nice thing with this is they got immediate feedback. We told them about their audio, their visual, their lighting. Get into this area, your Wi-Fi is spotty. We talked to them about this is the way you answer. If you answer and you feel like you blew an answer, this is how you recover. If you get one of those illegal questions, how do you deal with it? And so really being able to give them that experience beforehand was so crucial for a lot of them. And then even after that, it's just a one time to practice and we're giving them tips. We offer them one-on-one interviews throughout the rest of the interview season to make sure that they're able to practice and to show what they've learned from their first mock interview weekend. So we tend to see both years, like when students are about to interview at a program that is like their number 1, their number 2, really high, their dream program, they're like, please, let's practice some more. And we want to be able to offer them that. We also have the SIB mentorship program, which we have been working on really getting up and running. And we're in the position where now this is really gonna be moving full steam ahead. So we put participants in basically like families almost. And the purpose of these families, which consist of attendings, both academic and community, residents, URIM residents, and then these students. And we want them to spend time together, the students to be able to have resources, to be able to text the residents, ask them questions, get advice, meet with the attendings to get that kind of mentorship from early on, because students are put into this from when they get involved with the organization. So if they're in their first year and second year, imagine how much like knowledge and mentorship they're getting throughout their entire time. And this is also very much for residents. And that's why it's kind of taken a little bit of time to really get up and running, is because we want to get those Black, Latin, Native American, Alaska Native residents who are currently there involved, so that we can also be providing mentorship with, for them too. A lot of what happens when we're the only in your program is that you just get so isolated. It's so hard to explain the all-encompassing effects that someone's race and gender and ethnicity have on them when we're interacting with patients, when we're interacting with nurses or scrub techs or attendings or co-residents. There are just all these different power dynamics, all these different issues, and implicit bias can come into at any of those levels. And so it's just, as someone who went through it, it can be just very isolating to not have someone else. You don't have to explain it to, you just kind of gets it. And so we want to have the students and the residents, especially in groups where with people who they don't have to explain that to, and they can really just have that support. And so with the SIB mentorship program, we do quarterly workshops that we have been doing, and we also want our families to do quarterly check-ins. And the last program I want to speak to you all about is the Urology Unbound Liaison Program. So we're going to be unrolling that one pretty soon, and that's going to definitely have a lot of interaction with both coordinators, residents, programs in general. So what we want to do at Urology Unbound is establish a relationship with every single residency program, because there's so many students who either don't have a home program or they're in those schools that are really large. So like the urology program is not at their main campus, so they don't get that kind of mentorship that students who are at that main campus may get. So we want to give all students basically the experience of having a quote unquote home urology practice. And so urology program. So we want everybody who participates in this program to be able to provide an email so that the students can reach out to them. We want them to get those students who reach out integrated into their urology interest group, get them to be able to participate. Specifically for coordinators, we're looking for you all to be able to email the students, make sure that they get those events that are occurring, especially the virtual ones at your institutions, any opportunities that students can be involved with. We want you to be a resource for them. We want you to also help coordinate meetings between the students and the faculty liaisons. Like I said, we're getting resident and faculty liaisons. We want the residents who sign up for this to be able to be available to answer questions, give advice, text or email the students, and faculty to meet with those students on a yearly basis. And that gives, because Urology Unbound is virtual. We're working with students all over the place. And so we can't replace that in-person, those annual meetings, that ability to get your hands on and to get involved with research. And so that's why we're developing this program. So that is just kind of my broad overview of the Urology Unbound interest group and Urology Unbound. And so before we get into the next session, I would love to take any questions that you have about the program and how you can get involved.
So Dr. Wilson, I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Is there any charge to the medical students or the residents for participating in this?
No.
Okay, great. That's good to know. And if we just matched, and I'm very proud to say, our first Black woman at the University of Florida Urology.
Awesome.
And Elizabeth Quinda, who is a fabulous person, and we already knew her very well, and we were so excited that she's with us. I would definitely love to put her in touch with you if she's willing, and she'll be a new resident starting in July.
Awesome. So, yeah, we'll definitely have her reach out to us at urologyunbound@gmail.com. One of the slides that got lost in my slide snafu this morning was we have a Urology Unbound residency boot camp that's for incoming and junior residents. So it's not just for the people who are members in our group, but it's for all Black, Latinx, Alaska Native, those incoming interns, those residents. If they want to participate, we want them to get involved with us. We're here for everyone. And so definitely have her, any of you all who have incoming residents, have them reach out, because we're about to start advertising for that. We're in the middle of planning it. Last year, we were able to give all of the participants who wanted the urology pocket guide. And so that was just a really important thing to be able to provide them. And so definitely want to get all of the students and residents sent over to us.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Wilson, do you know Unwana Naseo?
Yes, love Unwana.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that.
Oh, yeah.
My brain is just exploding right now with this information. I'm on fire because I've been working with a lot of medical students that are coming up, and I'm thinking of all these people who at this second in time could use every one of these things that you're offering. I also have a few students from Venezuela who have been working here for a few years that could really use some of this mentoring and guidance. And I'm just so excited. And I knew this was going to be good. I knew this was going to be good.
Way, please. I see another hand, Nicole.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Question about the liaison program. So at our institution, when it comes to, I imagine, or I guess here's a question, the liaison program, is that a way to connect medical students for sub-I rotations at our institutions?
So I would imagine if they're exposed, then yeah, to be able to tell them about those sub-Is that are available. Another, really what the liaison program is when a student like me is trying to get into urology, and they need to find out, get involved with the interest group. They need to get experiences within urology to really learn about it and how to get into it, we'll have a resource list of all of our liaisons at all the different programs. So if there's a student who's in Vermont who really was, I don't know how many medical schools there are there, but if, even if they weren't in Vermont, they were in another neighboring state and they knew they wanted to get involved with your program, we would have that list of, all right, these are the people that you reach out to. We'd send a kind of structured email that would introduce that student to all of our liaisons, so that you can then work with them more on a one-to-one basis.
So are the liaisons more like connecting with other med students? So like we are affiliated with a medical school here, or is it to affiliate with faculty members or program coordinators or program administrators?
It's coordinators, urology residents, urology faculty, specifically urology. Yeah. So they're already in medical school. They know they want to do urology, and they need to have like basically a home program. So someone that they can reach out to and start getting involved.
Got it. Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you for asking about the diversity sub-Is. That's probably something else that probably should have made it onto these slides. So in our newsletters, we have a research document that the students can always access, that we're always updating, that talks about all available diversity sub-Is, has a link to them, any research projects that we know of that they have opportunities to get into, definitely the ones who didn't match this year. The year-long research fellowships, we're keeping a tab of that. So if you have any diversity sub-Is, just send the information to urology.unbound@gmail.com. We're actually thinking about having basically a diversity sub-I kind of expo where all the programs can kind of come and talk specifically to those students about their sub-Is in the coming months. And so we'll make sure to also let you guys know about that. Any other questions? I will stop this share and pull up my next program. Oh, I see Jenny, you're raising your hand.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I just want to tell you how much fun I was honored and humbled to be asked, number one. I couldn't believe it. And I just had so much fun with the students that weekend doing the mock interviews. It's something that I would be willing to do again. And it was, we currently have 2 students, 3 actually, from Morehouse, a 1, 2, and a 3, that are are now under our wing. And Nelson, he matched with us, and I'm like, woo!
That was great.
Yes, we adore him, and so we were very, very pleased to match this year with 3 out of 4 are URMs.
That's awesome.
So
I love to see it.
Yes, with Dr. Aniche and Ernie Morton, as well as Sid Marthy. And so we're just 2 women and 2 men. So we have a very, very, very rich program here for women here at our university with women in our program, as well as the female attendings. And they all went together this year. Dr. Mehta made the decision to send all of the female urology residents to the SWU meeting.
Yep, I saw them all there. It was great. I loved it.
They just had a blast. So that was one of the first, that was a first for us. And I was just so pleased we had such great representation. And your group is fantastic. And I can't say enough how much I enjoyed being a resource for your students.
Thank you. Thank you so much for helping. I'm going to be coming to bother you a bunch since I'm here in Atlanta and working with Morehouse. So, but thank you so much for helping us. That was like amazing.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. This has been great. Continuing on.
Yes, yes. All right. Let me share this next one. Me and the internet. All right. All right, so let me pull it up here on this side so I make sure I get everything. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to speak about is how to increase the recruitment of diverse residents. Definitely something that people are very interested in, ask a lot about. And I wanted to just give you kind of an overview of, first of all, like why diversity is so important, why it's really beneficial. It's not really just to have diverse residents, but why it's so important to an institution. And then we'll talk about just some techniques on increasing diversity. So some of the advantages to diversity is there's going to be better, diverse groups have create better opportunities for creativity and problem solving. And so one of the things I like to talk about is my experience as a nurse beforehand in Puerto Rico. So I learned nursing in Puerto Rico, and we just didn't have a lot of resources, supplies. Like I was, you know, grinding up medications to inject into IV bags. We didn't have a Pyxis. Like all the medicines were like in an area, you have to like be really careful. Basically the pharmacist counting everything out and being very, very organized when it came to like how to distribute those so you weren't giving to the wrong patients. We didn't have like, I didn't chart on a computer until I came to the States. We had just a piece of paper and write all your notes. But how did that benefit like my training program? Because I had all these experiences, you know, I was able to figure out what to do. Like when I became a nurse, like when the Pyxis would go down, or when we would have to go back on emergency generators, when people would call out and we'd have short staff, because I had those experiences before, and that was my norm. I was able to really, you know, show people, okay, this is the way we do this, how you organize, this is how we can get all of our work done in a safe way and in an efficient way so that we can all get out of here. And so I found early on that just based on my experiences, in Puerto Rico, which a lot of people may look at and think, oh, well, you know, you did nursing in Puerto Rico, why did you go there? Like I went there because I wanted to get those experiences. And what the benefits for those is that I ended up being much more help to my workforce and also to my patients. So that's some of the reasons that, that's one of the reasons that diversity is so important. The other thing is smart decision making. So one of the things I just wanted to read to you guys what shared decision making is, because we're always talking about shared decision making within urology and medicine. And so shared decision making is a key component for the patient. It's a process in which clinicians and patients, they work together to make decisions on select tests, treatments, and care plans based on the clinical evidence and the patient's that balances the risks and the patient's expected preferences and values. And so what that means is it's not enough for the doctor to come in and tell the patient, well, I think you need surgery. This is what you're going to do. Come have surgery, right? Because you can operate on that person, but if you didn't know that they had, you know, they're the primary caretaker, so they can't be off their feet. They have to do heavy lifting because of their job. If they don't keep that job, they lose their insurance. They're not able to take care of themselves. So like just to go in there and decide this is what I want to do, and you're the patient and you just listen to me, that doesn't really work. And so the way diversity helps in this decision-making process is to help to figure out like what those patients who are not like the majority, what their values are, what their resources are, where they're coming from, knowing the questions to ask. Like I, as a Black woman, I don't know what every single Black woman needs or wants, what all their values are. You know, we're all people. We're you know, not a monolith. But that being said, I still have Black women, or I have experiences as a Black woman with healthcare. I have Black women who are in my family. I have Black friends. And so I know because of those conversations, I'm like, the way our life, you know, the way your life may be set up. So I know to ask, hey, you know, what do you do for work? Like who's taking care of who? You know, when you look at Latin families, I know because I'm Latin, how important it is a lot of times that the child of that parent, even though it's a parent, is involved in the decision making. I know that if I try to just talk to this my Spanish speaking woman about a surgery, and I try to get her to sign up for it, then it's not going to make any sense. She's going to want to go home and talk to her family. So being able to make sure that her family was already available to speak, or they can come in, making accommodations, being able to translate, all of those things help for me to make a better decision for her, and she can make a better decision because we're all kind of on the same page. It's this shared language, really, that is an experience that all of us have because of the different things that make us who we are, that helps inform our decisions, the way we navigate the world. And so when you have just the same people only having the same experiences, but trying to care for people who have such a much more markedly like vast experiences than them, it becomes really difficult. And so that's why diversity is so important. And along those same lines, it increases profits and productivity. So I want you to imagine like a bra company, Victoria's Secret. So let's say Victoria's Secret, it may be true, but when it first started out, it was run by like cisgendered men, cisgendered white men. So when they first come out with their bras, they're really sexy, you know, like the women look good in them, but, you know, maybe they don't fit everyone's breasts, you know, maybe they don't fit what's not some, you know, like supermodel, things like that. So while they may have been really productive and profitable with their original bras, imagine if they brought women onto the board. And now they have sexy bras that are also comfortable, that come into all the different shapes and sizes, that have 3-4 tangs in the back to give us extra comfort, that go down and like kind of smooth things, you know, all the things that a woman would think about. Now they're part of that team, and then that's happening. Now go another step further. Imagine if you start having Black women on that group. Then nude bras all of a sudden are not just one shade of nude, they're all the shades of nude, and then you continue to increase your profits because you're seeing all these different parts of the puzzle that you didn't see before because you couldn't, because there was only one perspective. And that's why it increases profits and productivity to have a diverse group. And the other thing is it reduces the rate of employee turnover. So, you know, if you look at the demographics of the majority of people who are working in the hospital who are not the doctors, what do they look like? Who are they? You know, it's not a trick question. There's a lot of, you know, Black and Latin and women who are working within the hospital who may not be doctors, but if all we see if everybody who is in charge doesn't look like us, don't have our interests at heart, not because they're trying to ignore them, but because they don't even know that it's an issue. They don't know that, you know, an issue, that there are certain things that need to be done differently with women, right? They don't know that there's certain ways that a Black person, you know, certain things that a Black person may find offensive if they say. But, you know, it's not about intention, it's about impact. And that's why it's so important to have a diverse group, because when you have other leaders around who are able to, like, you know, guide the way the culture of an organization, then you make it more inclusive and less people are leaving. And one of the things that we find is that, Dr. Uche Blackstock, I'll be sure to send some of these links out later on. She had an amazing article that came out a few years ago in Stat News, and she was talking about why Black academic faculty are leaving the workforce in such alarming rates. And it goes back to this isolation. It goes back to being one of the only. So when you lose that diversity, even there sort of at the top, imagine how much downstream effects it has. So it's really important to keep diversity because it keeps the workplace more diverse. And then ultimately it increases reputation. When I was looking for programs, I looked at every single place I applied. I looked at who was there, who are the attendings, who are the residents who are there, who are the faculty, like, does anyone look like me? That's what diverse residents are looking for. That, you know, it's it's kind of hard to get around that. Like, we're looking for Black faculty. Women are looking for female faculty. Latin folks are looking for Latin faculty. We're looking for not just one either. We're looking for like a few. You want to have like a nice little cadre. So, you know, it increases your reputation. It increases how much people want to come to your program if you have that diversity already there. It's kind of like a chicken and egg thing, unfortunately, but we'll talk now about kind of what you then need to do to increase, to recruit for diversity. So the first thing, and I took the outline for this talk from Indeed.com, which of course is, you know, big into HR and management. And now this is from Forbes. And so, you know, one of the things that they recommend is improving candidate sourcing. And that was one of the experiences that I had when I was interviewing. I didn't see a lot of Black applicants. So I was like, well, there's no way that this is going to become a diverse field if only 5 or 10 Black people are interviewing. And now in my position at Urology Unbound, I now am getting a bunch of applicants. I don't by any means have all of them, but I do have a good amount. So I can see how many interviews they're getting. And I can see that there are 10, 15, you know, there's 10 to 15 people who like have all the metrics, right? They have the step scores, they come from the school, they have all the research, and every program is interviewing those same 15 people. But those 15 people can only go to 15 programs, and we're never going to increase diversity in urology if all we're doing is trying to like find Black and brown versions of the same, the people who are considered strong applicants. And so one of the things that I highly recommend is if a Black or a Latinx person applies to your program, interview them. They made it through medical school. You know, like it's been the strangest thing to me. And I think we're going to talk about this in the next slide, but that, you know, we've decided that in urology, you have to be like a well-written scholar, already have 85 publications, have like the highest board score in the world, have everybody already know you in order to get into urology. So we're going to continue to have the same workforce if that we continue to interview the same candidates because we still have the same metrics. So definitely the easiest way to start getting more diverse applicants is when you have someone apply, don't filter them out by their step score, don't filter them out by their letters of recommendation, which we know are so often biased. Don't filter them out because of AOA status or all those things. Interview them because they made it to medical school. They want to be urologists. You know, I think that most people who finish medical school should be able to get into the fields that they want. You know, I think that they've kind of proven that. So yeah, like I said, we'll kind of get to the next thing, which is dismantling your recruitment process. Because the bias in the recruiting process is why we have the same people applying every year. Our classes continue the same. We want people to have a 285, you know, like thankfully the step 1 score is gone, but then we want them to have 47 publications, 50 of them are first author. I'm making up ridiculous numbers to point out how kind of ridiculous some of these metrics are because these are medical students. Like, when were they gonna write all of this? When were they gonna do all of this? Like, for me, I think I'm a pretty good urologist. I definitely think that this is a field for me. When would I have gotten any of this stuff? I didn't have any research, you know, and I think it would have been a shame if I couldn't have been in urology because of that. And so one of the things that Forbes talks about is you know, one of the things we look at, I'm sorry, not Forbes, but when we look at what do we want for a urologist? I want someone who's comfortable talking about genitalia, who's not like, you know, doesn't make patients feel uncomfortable, isn't like, you know, squeamish. I want someone who's a hard worker, right? I want someone who's a team player. I want someone who passed medical school. So those are the metrics we should be using, but what we really use are the other ones that I discussed, and that's part of the reason we're not increasing, we're not recruiting these diverse applicants. So that's my other recommendation. Another thing to do is to create an objective assessment for candidates. So one of the biggest concern from applicants that I saw who had the metrics that we want, right? was that, okay, well, am I gonna get there and is fit gonna be an issue? Am I gonna fit in? I remember in residency, we're looking for who's gonna fit. I remember like just in general, we're always looking for who's gonna fit, but what does fit really mean? What is a cultural fit? Because if it's somebody, you know, if it's one of the attendings or multiple attendings saying, oh, well, I think that person kind of gives me a good feeling, I think I can work with them, you know, I like them, just something about them. These are more personality based, and it's also, you're more likely to feel that camaraderie with which explains why so many people, you know, why the top of our rank list look the way they do. It wasn't even necessarily because this person was, you know, they were more qualified to be here. It's because, you know, we liked them more. We think that they'll fit in. But I can tell you right now, a lot of times people aren't going to look at me or someone who looks like me and think that I'm going to fit in. And honestly, I don't when it comes to, in certain ways. I don't, and I'm not supposed to. We don't all need to be the same. It's so boring when we're all the same. Like, we need to be different and learning from each other. Because really what you want is not a fit into like personality. You want someone to fit your model, the way your residency is set up. So if you are a place that really has a lot of structure, you know, it's very hierarchical, you want someone who can fit into like into their place and be able to like be fine with moving up in a stepwise manner. That's what you're looking for. Those are the kind of questions that you're going to look around to see if you can find someone who's like that. If you're a place that's high autonomy. I went to somewhere where, you know, like residents were doing the work, you know, we were making the decisions. Our attendings trusted us. We would tell them our plan, you know, so my program, if they're looking for someone, they're going to be looking for someone who is highly autonomous, who's dealing with like complex things, knows when to escalate, knows how to prioritize. Those are the things you start looking for, not the papers, not the step scores. And so creating a really objective assessment when we're looking for those residents and those candidates that we really want, that will help us to identify people, and we'll end up having a much more diverse group. Because I can already tell you, if a Black or Latin person has gotten to the place where they're interviewing with you, that person is a hard worker, let me tell you, and they are likely a strong team player. And so a lot more would be screened in and at the top of our rank list if we created these more objective assessments. And then lastly, you know, the main thing is to promote inclusivity. So we look a lot of times, you know, like I said, we look on the websites to see like how much diversity is there. But another thing that you can do, especially if you don't necessarily have the most diverse of group, is to tell people what you're doing to reach out to the community. What are you doing to make things more inclusive? Because diversity isn't really the goal. It's not, I mean, diversity is the end goal, but you can't achieve true diversity or equity until we have inclusivity. You can't ask someone to come and just be a token. Like, just like, hey, we now have a Black person, they can now do all the Black people stuff and talk to all the Black people, but we want them to do exactly what, as we do, think exactly how we think, and look exactly how we look. And so it's not inclusive. It's not a place where that person can thrive. And so inclusivity is just, it's key, making that person feel wanted as they are, you know, not if they conform. You know, I and so many Black women feel like we have to change our hair. You know, I don't know, Kim, if you remember when I interviewed, but our hair was in a tight bun, like, you know, basically my entire time. I did not show anyone my big natural fro, because we talk about these things. We're like, how is this going to be perceived? Is this considered unprofessional? I've been told it's unprofessional. So like, I know that might be the assumption. And so not being able to show up in our most authentic selves, it doesn't allow us to learn as much, doesn't allow us to be there for our patients, or really for our residency programs in the same amount of way. It's so much like trying to protect yourself that you don't get to really fully make your impact on the program. So what are some of the things you can do to promote inclusivity? One of the things I mentioned was the diversity sub-I. If you can list on your website, you know, this is a diversity sub-I, it's funded, we are committed to increasing diversity. If you can establish relationships with your local LMSA, Latino Medical Student Association, and SNMA, Student National Medical Association groups. That's where you're going to find the students who are diverse, who are at your medical schools. So forming a relationship with them, maybe having a program where urology goes specifically to give a presentation, invites them to, hey, reach out, get involved with research. Some of the stuff that we're doing at Urology Unbound, you can do that at your home institutions. Community outreach to your surrounding areas. Most of the programs are in, urban settings, or even if they're not, like, Augusta, I wouldn't call super urban, but we had a large Black and Latin population. Having outreach to a local church, working out with them to be able to do free clinics, being able to show that you are trying to give back to the communities that these applicants are coming from would go a long way. And then definitely, like I said, establishing relationships with the mentorship programs. Definitely Urology Unbound, shameless plug all the way, but there's also Uriter, there's also MUA. And then, like I said, you can establish those relationships yourself. But ultimately, being able to demonstrate on your website, so when someone is looking, they can find what you're trying to do, they can find, and then also you can talk about your, if you are able to get to the point where we dismantle your recruiting process, to be able to say we do not screen step scores. Everybody is looking for that. Every student is like, is there a list of the programs that screen your step scores? These are questions I get all year round. So to be able to just put that out there yourselves will put you so far ahead of almost every other residency program that you will find a lot more applicants coming to your programs. So like I said, just in conclusion, inclusivity is actually what's really needed. That's what's going to drive the diversity, and that will eventually get us to the equity that we're looking for. So I will take questions, but again, if anybody is looking to reach out to supports, to get involved, you can just email us at urologyunbound@gmail.com. If you want to donate, we're always looking for, of course, this all costs, right? So we're working on getting more funding, because we don't ever want to charge the students, and we don't ever plan to. That, of course, is a barrier to increasing diversity as well. So 100% don't want to end up doing the same thing. But yeah, that is basically my presentation, but I would love to take any questions you have.
So if I might first just say that I love everything you said. And I think the thing that we all need to really work on is to stop using that word fit, because I brought this up at SAU in a breakout session I was in. Fit is not diverse. If a dress fits me, it's probably not going to fit you. And so we have to stop using that word. Diversity is diversity of a lot of things: experience, spirituality, gender, everything. And for us to be trying to put everything into a fit, and like you say, because of we like each other, we like somebody, we don't have to like every single person we work with. We have to be professional. That's what we have to be. We have to learn, residents need to learn to get along with people that they don't like. That's a part of being, a functioning adult in our society. So I just want to stress to all of these coordinators that are with us today, don't let your programs use that word fit. I bring it up every time someone uses it, that is not the word to use, because fit is not diversity.
Yeah. Very much. And this article was talking about not to look for a cultural fit, but to look for a cultural add.
Absolutely. Right. Yes, I read that article, and I love that.
So
I love
powerful, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Kim, is your hand up?
Yeah, Shenelle, I just wanted to appreciate you coming to talk to everybody today. I really got a lot out of these both talks. And also, just to let you know, you probably already know this, that Drew Sanders matched with us. He was
Oh, yeah.
a black male from Morehouse.
Yeah.
He came to do a sub-I with us, and we just fell in love with him. He did a wonderful job, and he ended up matching with us, and we were so pleased to have him. So I'd like to, have him reach out to you if he hasn't already.
Oh, he called me the day.
I'm pretty sure y'all already
Yeah.
contact each other already,
Yeah.
being he's from Morehouse, but I will work with him too on a one-on-one basis and with anything he needs, and
Thank you.
as far as your Unbound. But thank you so much for having us, and you're making MCG very proud.
Thank you. Yes, Nicole.
So I'm not sure if this is the right form for this question. So our program in the last few years has really stepped up our ways of interviewing and ranking women and URMs in medicine. And we are not matching with our top picks. So when I've kind of candidly asked my only female resident, like, what do you think this is? She goes, well, look at the faculty. We have only one female faculty member, and we have no Black or brown people in our faculty. And so my question is, how do I get feedback from people? Is there any way to poll people who interviewed with us, like, why didn't you rank us higher, or what are we missing?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. So one of the things is kind of goes back to the fact that a lot of times we're interviewing the same people. So because they were the ones who kind of make it past those filters, but they're making it past everybody's filters. So I mean, like, I remember my brother was getting interviews. I was like, you can't go on that many. Like, I was like, that's just, you're not going that many places. But I didn't worry about him because I knew like what his scores were. I knew I'd mentored him. I knew he had the research. And so there's always a group of students that I know are going to be fine. But that's not the majority. And that's what it's unlikely that we'll ever reach this enough who are able to get a ton of research. I mean, now again, like the STEP scores are gone, but letters of recommendation from academic urologists, like it's going to be really hard to get all of that. But so we're missing a lot of really great applicants who just don't have those things that we've decided are so important. And so because those 15 people have the pick of the litter, they can go any of the places they want because everybody's looking for diversity and everybody's interviewing them. They're going to their number 1, number 2 program. So they may love Vermont. They may have ranked you number 3, but they get the pick of the litter because everybody's trying to get them. But there's so many people who are amazing. Like I have one mentee who didn't match this year, and it's just so devastating to me because I'm like, this is a hard worker. Like this is someone who, like, if you tell her, I mean, she was keeping me on track for stuff. Like you tell her to do something, she does it. She does it above and beyond. She does it early. She's a DO. She's a Black woman. Barely got any interviews, didn't match. And so I know that there's a lot of people like her. I had quite a few students who were like that. And so really it's until you start really interviewing, because if all you interview are those groups, you'll definitely end up matching one. But it's when it's just 10, it's just the same 10. The other thing you pointed out, which is, I mean, it's hard to do because you have to get those faculty, but like we look to see, hey, is there Black faculty there? Like I looked, I knew every single place I interviewed who had Black residents, who had women. You see where I trained. I trained in a very, very diverse program. You should have seen the resident group when I got there. I was looking for that because I wanted to go somewhere where I'd feel, as close to comfortable as possible. So definitely looking to try to increase your diversity of your faculty, and that's again. They're even though they're not students, they're not trainees, they're still who they are. We still need support and guidance and mentorship once we're attending. It's just as isolating. This is still a very, very homogenous field. I'm an attending and I feel just as isolated as I did when I was a resident, as I did when I was a fellow. So it's not really, this is what medicine is like. So you want to make sure that you're making it a really comfortable place for faculty. Try to get those diverse faculty in, because they're going to be the ones, the fact that students are, hey, tell me how your experience is. And you don't want to make them like, have to be like, yeah, no, it's great, you know, and it's like, maybe not. So making a really great environment for faculty and getting from there would be really helpful. I see Tisha.
Thank you very much for coming and giving these talks. They were very informative. Please forgive me. I'm remoting into my computer in my office, so my camera's not working. I wanted to chime in and ask you, maybe offer a suggestion for Nicole and see if you agreed with this or if you think this is a good idea. Instead of surveying the candidates or the applicants of what you're missing in your program, could you start with doing surveys with your current residents and your alumni to start saying, hey, you know, what is, you know, give us the good points of our residency program, give us our bad points, what are we missing, what do we need to focus on? And then if you have that data and that information, that would be easier for you to be able to go back to your leadership team in your department, your chairman, your vice chairmen, and say, look, our residents are saying that we need a more diverse faculty, you know, and kind of push that way, because your residents are already in the program. They, you know, they're going to be more honest with you to tell you what's missing, or yes, we need, you know, more diverse faculty members, instead of a student who's trying to apply and they may not be honest. You know, they may just be like, oh, well, you know, yeah, it was great, you know, but your residents are going to be the ones who, and maybe I'm thinking the wrong way, but I was just thinking your current and your alumni are going to be able to give you more accurate information on what your program needs and what's missing.
Yeah, I think that residents can definitely be a great resource. The problem, I guess, comes when, because there's so many programs that have never had a Black resident, or they've had one, you know, and so then you don't have necessarily those numbers to get answers from. And then the next issue is then when you ask residents who are currently training, it's
make it anonymous, so that way it's not, you know,
well,
so they can speak freely. Make it anonymous.
It's also very hard to anonymize. It's hard for us to be anonymous. For example, there's that survey that all the residency programs are asked, and we have to fill it out, and like everybody wants you to put a 5, like talk to us beforehand if you're not gonna put something less than. One of the questions asked is like, do you feel discriminated on based on race? And I'm like looking around, I remember this in my fellowship, but I'm looking around and I'm like, I'm the second Black fellow ever. The last one was 15 years ago. This is not gonna be anonymous. They know exactly who I am.
Correct.
So it's really hard for us to be anonymous. And it's also, we have this issue, and I'm going to in the chat put an article that I just was published that I wrote in Stat News yesterday, and it's getting a lot of feedback. I've never had anything like go viral. People really enjoyed it, but I kind of wrote about my experiences as a Black trainee, and it will kind of go over what the majority of your Black residents are probably feeling. You know, it's very hard to, you know, that there's always a risk for retaliation. There's always a risk for people trying to invalidate what you're saying and say, oh, well, it's probably not about race, or oh no, it's not that bad, or oh no, it happens to everyone. And like I said, that just, it leads to more and more isolation. And so it's hard to get, I don't want to say honest, but like, you know, remember residents are, they still dealing with a hierarchy. They're not done. Residents get fired, you know, like that's the thing. Residents, Black residents overall represent 20% of the attrition rate from all overall residencies, where we're 5% of the workforce. So we're fired from our programs. Our contracts aren't renewed at our programs at a higher rate, which is like, to me, I'm just like, this person who's done everything to get here, all of a sudden they get to residency and they're bad. Like, none of it really makes sense. But we know that the problem is there's so much implicit bias, and it's not, you know, it's not often recognized, which is why I wrote this paper. I would honestly say one of the best things to do is to talk to Black faculty, because then they can be in other departments. Definitely, I would go for surgical ones first. They can be at different institutions. They can be people like me. Like, I'm happy to now be people like, you know, I'll be all their Black friends who can tell y'all about stuff, because I'm no longer holding back. Like, you know, I'm ready to talk. You know, I'm ready to be honest and open about the experiences, but I'm also in a place where I can be. You know, I definitely understand and have been retaliated against for speaking my mind, and I wouldn't want. I would be hesitant to make decisions based on people who may feel a bit a duress.
Dr. Wilson, I had actually come across that article you talked about. I
Oh, you
just
did?
put the link in the chat box.
Oh,
I
thank
had
you.
sent it to myself to read and to share with my program director. And so the link is there in the box, and I think everyone should read it, definitely.
Yeah, it's been getting, I mean, I've been getting emails and people reaching out and from all over the country, you know, don't know me, and it's like, I never could put this into words. And so it's just been really nice that I was able to get this out, and hopefully you guys can just kind of learn from our experiences, and we can just make things better.
Dr. Wilson, that was fantastic. I knew this was going to be great.
Thank you for having me. Thank
I
you.
hope you don't mind if I speak for you when I say that I'm sure Dr. Wilson would be happy to do a faculty professional development lecture on diversity and recruitment. I know that we've had these in our own institution, and you know, sort of busting the patriarchy, it takes more than one time. The first time I felt distinct bristling in the audience when we were all being told that we have implicit bias, whether we believe it or not. People soften up after they hear it more, but your presentation and the way you just did that presentation was so inclusive of everyone and not making people feel like they're bad for having it. And honestly, I am going to be contacting you because I would like you to come and give that talk to our faculty, because I think they're more receptive to it now. And so fantastic. Thank you very much.
You.
I'm sorry we're running a little bit late, so let me move on to the next session. So I'm super excited to have Dr. McCammon speak with us. We have heard on the steering committee about Dr. McCammon for, at least I have, for at least the last year. And I've already made my mind up that although I worked for Dr. Fuchs for 26 years, if anything happens to Lynn, you know, I know they have horses out there in Virginia, so I would definitely be, you know, willing to, you know, based on the way he supports his program coordinator, based on the way he supports his residents, okay? So already heard all this stuff, you know, and I could introduce him by like rattling off his CV, and we all know he's a professor, he's done a lot of stuff, you know, but here's the thing that totally blew me away. So I like to think, Dr. Fuchs, my program director, and I, we think that nobody is as insane as we are in terms of how much work that we accept and do and don't say no to, okay? Because nobody works like this, right? So I'm looking at his professional appointments, and I see he has he's a chair, so he's the best chair name in the country. And please tell me it really is pronounced divine. He's okay. He's a chair. Good. Okay. We know he's a program director, right? But wait, chairman too? So he's a chairman and the residency program director and the program director for the FPMRS program. What? And now he's going to teach us about how they put together a pipeline program, which honestly, guys, you got to pay attention, because we're all going to need to do or have something like this, just like what Dr. Wilson was saying, you know, so that we can start to populate to the public of the changes that we're trying to make. And he's actually done this. So how you have time to be doing those things too, and a full practice of patients, and still be a nice guy. So with that, Dr. McCammon, thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and take it away.
Shannon, thanks. That was probably too nice, in all honesty. She just says nice things. You do remember we pay her. So, you gotta remember that part of the whole equation. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's fair that I follow Shenelle. I'll be completely honest. That was too good. So I would rather actually go restart this whole day, and I can go first, and then you can follow up with her, because I thought she was incredible. I do have a couple of questions though. You said I was distinguished, Shenelle. We've met numerous times. I don't think we've ever seen each other, but I'm obviously not distinguished. You'll find out probably soon. And then the other question I had was, you said you were working in the ER and the urologist came in 3 times at night, and that made you want to become a urologist? I do think there are significant issues with that.
So everybody told me not to do surgery. So I was like, okay, do urology.
Oh, like, what are you thinking? That's why you wanted to be a urologist, because you came in 3 times at night.
It was really cool.
Well, it's really an honor to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'll try to go through our experiences, talk about a couple of things that I'm passionate about, and hopefully somebody can get some ideas or questions or thoughts. I will share my slides. And so I'm disappointed we're not actually hanging out in Orlando. So I am sorry that we're not there today, or obviously a month ago, although I did appreciate it going virtual, because I really had a good time during the SAU. I got to work out a lot more on my Peloton while people were talking. The other thing is, if anybody has any questions, please, if you want to interrupt me, I really don't care. I'm pretty easygoing, no matter how bad Lynn talks about me. And so I'm happy to just talk. And my name's Kurt. It's not doctor. That drives me literally crazy, as Lynn will also tell you. So what I wanted to talk about a little bit was maybe discuss something different, why we need to do something different. How did our idea start? I'm going to talk about the Health Science Academy, and then I'll talk about the pre-medicine undergraduate enrichment program. I'm not sure that's the right name, I'll be honest with you, but that's what we came up with. And we do have a young, not young, but Miles Perry is one of the students that participated with us last summer. So in the middle of this, he's going to give a talk. He may have to leave early. And if Miles, if you have to leave early, just interrupt me and you can kind of give a spiel. If he doesn't give a talk, I'll just tell you how great we were, and we'll just continue on. But first, I want to thank you for allowing me to talk. I truly appreciate it. But more importantly, I want to thank you for all you do. I mean, you guys are incredible. And I think Shenelle said this as well. Not only, and these are pictures of Lynn. I don't have pictures of all of you guys, so I apologize. But not only are you our moms, you're our life coaches, you're our confidants, you're our friends, sometimes a little bit more friends than should be. You're our therapists, advisors, someone we can go and talk to. I mean, I think what the program coordinators do is incredible. You don't get the accolades you should. It's always the program director or the chair, but that's BS. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we do it for these guys, right? Or girls. This is our residents this year. They kind of decided to get dressed up a little bit for their picture, but this is our current team. I do not have any disclosures. My only disclosure is, obviously I'm a white male and I have no clue about, I think I'm the only male except for Miles on this call. So I am a minority here, but I don't know if I know what I'm doing with this. I think we have a good idea, and I think we're trying to push it forward, but I will not tell you I have any expertise whatsoever. So, and I'm going to go through these quickly because I think we all know that we have a pipeline issue. This is a slide I found online, in all honesty, and it talks about underrepresented minorities in high school, and then how there's a significant dropout ninth grade dropout graduating from high school, not as many going into college, and then the numbers going into science and technology and engineering and medicine are actually pretty low. It's astounding how low they are. When we look at academics in medicine, it's even lower. And in Shenelle, Dr. Wilson talked about this as well. I mean, it's obviously lower. And this is something we truly need to fix. And we've needed to fix forever. We just haven't really figured out how to fix it or done a good job to fix it. When you look at distribution of Black women in urology, this is incredible to me, how low and how poor this is. And I think it just, again, shows the need for what Dr. Wilson's doing. But I truly think we need to have more than in medical school. I think we need to go earlier. And I truly think that's where this needs to start. This was just a study looking at high school students, and I'm not going to go through this, but it showed that actually by going out into low-income high school students, having a 5-week experience, which is at Stanford, that a lot of these young men and women went on to college, became graduates, and became professionals. And if we get our students earlier, we can actually make a difference and help them continue on. And diversity is so important. There's so many things I have learned from our residents, females and the underrepresented minorities. I think it's just very important. So how did I start this, or where did this start? In all honesty, it started with 5 white kids. So these young men are the 5 amigos. You can figure out which one's my son. He's got hair, but besides that, he looks just like me. But they were all graduating high school, all really good kids. They all wanted to go to medicine, at least they thought they did. So I spent all day on a Saturday, came down and took them out for breakfast. We spent about 4 hours talking about what medical school is, how do you get into medical school, how do you do a residency. And then I, in all honesty, snuck him into the hospital in the afternoon. I let him play on the Da Vinci for about 3 or 4 hours. I got in trouble that next Monday, but I don't really care about getting in trouble. I never ask if I can do something, I just do it. And then somebody yells at me later. But that's how this idea came up, because my wife and I were talking and we were like, well, this is great. These are 5 young kids whose parents all have opportunities to give them something, but what about the kids who don't? What about the young men and women who don't have that opportunity? And there's reasons why these things work and people don't get to the point. You know, we need a pipeline program. And my wife and I started coming up with an idea. I remember we were driving someplace for about 5 hours and we had been kicking it back and forth in our head. And I said, all right, you guys start taking notes because we need to figure this out. And so we came up with a plan, and the plan was a 2-week program at our medical school where they would meet all different types of healthcare professionals, not just physicians, because everybody always thinks of health sciences as being a doctor or being a nurse. But there's so many different opportunities, and a lot of people can't necessarily be a doctor or don't want to be a doctor. They're not dumb enough to go to medical school and residency and work these crazy hours and come in 3 times a night and think that's a good idea. So there's so many different opportunities, and we thought we need to come up with this idea. The most frustrating part about this whole thing was it took 5 years for our medical school to agree to do it. And I kept going to the diversity chair, and it was great. He kept telling me, we have a program, it's with Norfolk Academy. Well, Norfolk Academy is the most expensive school in our town. But finally he allowed me to pursue on when I threatened to call the president. So it's a multi-year tuition-free program for high school students in our more lower socioeconomic areas is where we have started this. Currently, our program started in Portsmouth, Virginia, and we have now included the Eastern Shore of Virginia. And these young men and women spend the 2 weeks in the summer, and we bring them in the morning. They all meet at their high school. We bring them in on a bus because we understand that it's difficult for them to get to the school. Their parents can't drive them. We give them breakfast and lunch, and then they spend all day on a bunch of different things. And I do have a short video to kind of show you from the school about what it is. Lynn said I should do the video. So if you don't like the video, it's all Lynn's fault. And Lynn will tell you I blame everything on her. But this exposes, I take the credit like all the coordinators. The program director takes all the credit and you guys get all the, sorry.
You know that.
Yeah, exactly. No, I know. So it exposes these young men and women to different opportunities in healthcare. It kind of gives them what the path is. And then after that summer, the students are every month, someone at the school will meet with them and they'll kind of have interaction. And then the next year, these young men and women are brought back and they're kind of the second time around. Now we are starting a new class. So we start a new class, but then the second time around, they're kind of given some information about how to apply to college. What do I need to get into college? How can I help get scholarships? And what can I do to get my application better? So that's kind of the thought process on this. We are trying to do some other things with it after they graduate in the summer between high school and college, and even giving them jobs in healthcare to try to introduce them to some of the things. But the first year they're graduating is actually this summer. So our first group of students is this summer. COVID really kind of put a halt to us for a while. We had an online program, but the kids were virtualed out, so it didn't really work well. But last summer was great. And at the end of the summer, they do these little not little, they do projects. I shouldn't belittle it. They all do projects talking about what they want to be and what they learned. So here's just a brief video. I hope the sound works. I know it works on my computer, but hopefully you can hear it. Can you hear? No, you can't hear?
No.
No, and there's something you have to do, but I don't know what it is. I know my residents know what you do.
You're supposed to
make
do
the
it to
sound.
set it up before we start the Zoom meeting. Yeah.
Okay. Well, see, it's Lynn's fault because she didn't tell me
Right.
that again. See, I told you I'd blame it on Lynn.
Set up
Well,
for you.
maybe Lynn can just share the link to the video and everybody can just go
Yeah.
there and watch it.
That's a good
I'll
idea.
I'll share the link when we're done so everybody can have it. But what the video shows, just to kind of give you a little tidbit of it, it just shows what these young men and women were doing. They were doing some virtual reality. They're actually doing CPR. They learn how to suture. They also get lectures from art therapists and nurses and physical therapists, occupational therapists. So it truly kind of opens all doors for them so they can understand what type of health professions there are, that it's not just being a doctor or being a nurse. So let me skip this. This will keep me more on time then. So then I was trying to figure out what's my next step. So what is it? We did this. And about 2 summers ago, I was on a phone call with Dr. Harris Nagler. Harris Nagler is the president of the Urology Care Foundation. And we were talking about some humanitarian things, and I brought this idea up. And he thought it was great. And so I presented it to a number of the board members of the Urology Care Foundation. The pushback I got was this wasn't close enough to urology, which I agree. I mean, these are high school students, and how could we get these young students into urology? That's a big stretch, right? So I remember that was in November. It bothered me that they didn't want to do it because I always think I'm right, like a typical male, typical doctor, typical surgeon. So of course I was right. They needed to do it, but they probably were right that it probably was too far away. So what was our next step? So we started thinking, and we wanted to come up with an opportunity again for students who were first generation. So these are students who are first generation pre-medical students who are historically underrepresented in medicine and in urology. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if our first group of students were actually all first generation college students, because our biggest problem was getting students in last year. And I'll share the slides. I see you taking pictures. You can keep all my, I'll give you all my, I'll give you every slide I have. I'll be honest though, this was the hardest talk I've ever put together. It's so much easier to put a bunch of penises up there and a bunch of incontinence and other things and say, look how great I am. I do a great job. This was probably the hardest talk I've tried to put together because I was so worried. And then following Shenelle, I actually almost walked out the door. So again, the goal is for first generation college students. I don't want students whose mom and dad are docs. I mean, I don't think that's the student we really want to be reaching out to for a pipeline program. And they spent 8 weeks last summer. So the first time we did it was last summer. So we came up with it in November of 2020. In February, I kind of had an outline for it. And then I started reaching out to schools. Hampton University and Norfolk State are 2 universities in our area, and I reached out to them. It was really hard to get people engaged. It was very frustrating to me because, again, I think I have the right idea. I think I'm doing the right thing, and I just couldn't get the universities to kind of get engaged. We were very fortunate to have 4 students join us last year. I have their names on the next slide, I think. But they spent 8 weeks with us. We paid them all a stipend because I think it's very important to, obviously, a lot of people need to work, and we wanted to make sure that they could have some income over the summer. Actually, a number of them still worked, and we did our internship around their schedules. We didn't kind of force them to do any time, but they shadowed us in the OR, they shadowed us in the office. They were all assigned to a research project with one of our residents, because as we heard from Shenelle, that's a big deal to get research, and this is an opportunity for them all to get research. One of them hasn't really taken advantage of that. The other 3 have. Miles will be talking soon, and we've already presented 1 paper, and he's got probably 2 or 3 more abstracts he'll be presented with his name on it, and then papers. And then the continued mentorship. I mean, I'm trying to do it. It's interesting when Dr. Wilson talked about, going to the faculty. we're all very busy. And I still struggle with getting our faculty to continue to help mentor. And I'm sure everybody on this call has that same issue because people want to do it. It's just finding the time to do it. I think probably the most important thing that they had besides spending time with us is they got to meet with some of the advisors at EVMS. So they talked to the head of admissions and what they needed to do to get into medical school and those types of things, which I thought was very important. And I think helped them, at least I think it helped them. So these were the 4 students. Sharonda Hayes is graduating this year. So as I said, I really want to get them after the students after their sophomore year, but unfortunately we couldn't get all the students we wanted. So Sharonda is actually graduating this May. She's taking a gap year, and actually our group has hired her, and she's a scribe for our group now, which is awesome because I'm going to continue to be around her, continue to give her grief probably, but also I'm going to help her get some more research so I can help her get into medical school. Brianna is applying for some incredible scholarships and internships. Tamaya, I didn't do a very good job with Tamaya because she wants to be a pharmacist now. So obviously I really kind of pushed her off in the wrong direction, I think. But I've actually written a letter for recommendation for her recently. And Miles is a young gentleman from Indianapolis. Miles is not the smartest of the 4. Number one, he's a male, so that kind of shows that. But then he thinks he wants to be an orthopedic surgeon. So he does have some issues because he doesn't understand the right field to go into. I wanted to introduce Miles, and I think Miles is here. I'll stop sharing my screen and Miles can kind of briefly talk about the experience. I told him he could be completely honest. If he says bad things, that's okay, because I want to learn. Constructive criticism is much better than just being told, yeah, that's great. So Miles, are you here? There you are.
You especially want to learn it on Zoom in front of all the other coordinators.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Miles. Let's hear it.
Much as I would like to do that, I cannot say anything bad about Dr. McCammon. The experience was amazing. Like he said, we got to go in the OR. We got to see them working in their clinic. So it was just so much that we were able to learn and grasp in that 8 weeks process. And not to mention the research was amazing, meaningful research at that. So like I said, it was amazing. And not only did we get to learn about, surgery and stuff, we got to meet all the people in the OR. We got to learn the ins and outs of the OR. So I love that about it. We got to sit down and talk with people, how their process was getting into medical school, going through their residency, and then having someone, a personal resident to talk to that we could call whenever we had questions. That was the highlight for me, because going into my junior, that's a big year for preparing to go into medical school. You got your MCAT, you're going to apply, you're getting all your ducks in a row. So having someone that's already going through it, already in that next step, was amazing. Like I said, Dr. McCammon, as busy as he is, he will always pick up the phone. He'll always respond to a message, and it's being able to have that connection is amazing. And like he said, this high school program that they have going on, it was great because I was able to see where I was 4 to 5 years ago. I was able to be in those shoes and give them advice that I didn't have from someone in my age. So the bridge program, like you said, the pipeline, he's already setting all that up, and being able to do that in this area is amazing because there's so many students at my school that didn't have that opportunity, whether they didn't know about it or they didn't have the time. And what they're doing here is, they're reaching out. Like I said, they're giving us a stipend. They're working around our schedules, which a lot of programs won't do. So it was an amazing experience, and it didn't stop there. Like I said, they're still in contact now, and we're still helping us set up things. It's easy to just give him a call, and even if it's not talking about an internship or urology, he'll pick up the phone and we'll just talk about life. So I genuinely love the program. If I could do it 10 times over, I would. But like I said, it was amazing.
Well, like I said, we paid him again. Another person. Only people that I pay come on these conferences with me, so it's we got to keep it that way. I know Miles has a class or a test. Isn't it your finals week?
No. Well, we have like kind of midterm season, but yeah, I do have a lab I'm about to run.
You better be studying. Come on now. So Miles, thanks, and I didn't want him on here just to talk about how great things were. I truly wanted him on here to kind of let you know how impactful it was, because I do think that this is an opportunity to us to get more people to go into urology and to get them. Now, again, he's confused because he thinks orthopedics. I did try to explain to him we take care of them another, well, I won't even go there because it's all female scale, but another bone that has injuries. But I think I'll get him into urology at some point. The funniest thing is I think his favorite case the whole time was a C-section. I think he was enamored when we had a patient who had bladder augmentation and a bunch of different surgeries, and they wanted us around in case they had an injury. And I think that was probably your favorite surgery because, again, Miles is the younger generation. After he saw 2 robotic prostatectomies, I think the statement was, I think I got that already. I can do that one. I don't need to go into that case again. So for everybody who has robotic surgeons in your group, you can let them know that Miles can come down and teach them how to do it a little bit better. Thanks, Miles. Let me see if I got a few more slides, not many.
Dr.
Yes.
If I may, this is
Please.
Jen from Emory University. Hey, Miles, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for being here today. I just want to know, what are you thinking? Number one, I've been here for too many years that I'd like to count, but over the years I've worked with, I run the 3rd year and 4th year program for medical students here at Emory University in urology. And I've had students on my 2-week rotation in the 3rd year, and then a 4-week rotation in the 4th year. Their next to follow is orthopedics. Okay, it just follows that way. And I had a student, their first day of orthopedics, come back to me and says, "Please, Jenny, please take me back. Please take me back." He said they kicked me out of the operating room and they threw me under the bus. And I said, "Now you're going to have to talk to your advisor, but yes, we'll happily take you back for another 2 weeks." I'd say that's happened more than once. More than once. I know. I mean, seriously, what are you thinking?
I would say I love orthopedic surgery and I'm so passionate about it. But Dr. McCammon, he's pulling me. He's getting me there. You know, after, like he said, seeing the Da Vinci system and being able to see them work on that, you just know all the different surgeries, the different things you can do within urology, you know, especially with reconstruction that he does. So he's definitely pulling me to that side. I've done some more research on it. So right now it was like a 95-5 at first, and now we're at like a 60-40.
Young Dr. Perry, U.S. Urology has a spot for you.
Yes, we have to get
Young Dr. Perry, remember my name.
Come into the light. We need you back from the dark
I
side.
could get an applicant like this young man. I would be willing to do all of the work that Dr. McCammon has had to do to set up a pipeline program. So I'm not trying to crush your dream of being an orthopedist. I actually have a few of those in my personal medical staff for myself. But don't discount urology, because how many coordinators are on this call right now? 47. We kind of like what we're hearing.
So
silence.
Any other questions for Miles? Because I know he told me he had to be gone at 1. So I'll let him go, and I've got a few more slides that I'll finish up. And if you don't want me to do it because we're over time, I'm okay too. I'm pretty easy. All right, whatever. Like I said, I'm pretty easy. So thanks, Miles. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too.
So after coming up with this idea, I actually thought, well, we need to do this more. It just can't be at EVMS because that's crazy. It's 4 students, right? So I reached out to, if anybody from Penn State's on here, I reached out to Jay Rahman, who is the chair at Penn State, was the program director. He is I guess he was the president of the Mid-Atlantic at that point. And I reached out to him and I said, hey, I got an idea. I just wanted him to do this. I wanted Penn State to do this program. I didn't want the Mid-Atlantic. But I reached out to him. I said, I got this idea. I sent him the proposal. After he reviewed it, we talked. He goes, I said, I want you to do this at Penn State. He goes, I have a better idea. We've got money in the Mid-Atlantic. Why don't we put some money behind this and do the right thing in the Mid-Atlantic? So this summer, I'm happy to say that the Mid-Atlantic is doing the same kind of option. So anybody here on the call who is in the Mid-Atlantic section, you missed the deadline to put a grant in, but please have your program directors do it for next year. So it's the same, it's pretty much the exact same outline that I gave you before. But the Mid-Atlantic is kind of offering the same program. The Mid-Atlantic is going to give $30,000 or put aside $30,000 a year for the next 3 years as a idea, just to see if it works. And if it works, we're going to do this forever. So this will continue on forever, but we've agreed it from the board standpoint to fund it for the next 3 years. This summer, we had 7 programs apply of the 6. So we have 6 programs that we can fund. We had 7 apply. I have some funding from the chair position. So I withdrew my our groups, because I don't want to limit anybody being able to do this. So I withdrew EVMS from it. And so we'll have 6 programs that'll be doing this summer through the Mid-Atlantic. For everybody whose program directors are involved in their societies, please reach out to them and say, hey, this is a great idea. Why don't we consider doing this in the Southeastern section or Northeastern or wherever everybody is? And I'm happy to share all these slides with everybody because I truly believe this is the right way. It helps us get to students so they can get to Dr. Wilson and then become urologists, but it gets them started earlier. All right, the last thing I'm going to talk about, something I'm probably even more passionate about, and I'll be quick. I'm going to talk to you about IVU Med, and there's a reason why I'm talking about IVU Med, I promise. So IVU Med is a nonprofit that's committed to making quality urologic care to people worldwide. And we treat and teach physicians and nurses. It was started by Catherine DeVries from the University of Utah. So if anybody's here, but she did start it when she's at the Medical College of Georgia. So there's a shout out to MCG or whatever it's called now.
Quickly, this is Elizabeth from the University of Utah, and I've worked with Catherine DeVries, and she is incredible and amazing. And yeah, the program is wonderful. We do send a lot of our residents on it. During their residency program, we help fund their experience if they want to do some international abroad trips with the IVU.
Thank you. No, and I agree with you 100%. And Dr. Myers, who's now the chair, still supports it, which is great. In the beginning, IVU was almost run out of Catherine's garage, so to speak. And it was kind of we would go wherever we went. But now we're looking at building centers of excellence, supporting future leaders in collaborative partnerships. Why is this important for our residents? Why do I think you guys should send your residents? It gives them a different exposure to pathology. You know, it allows to see different things. You actually have to examine a patient there. You can't actually just walk in the room and order a CAT scan and say, this is what you have. You actually have to examine and talk to a person. It allows us to really get some communication and cultural boundaries that they don't understand. It allows you to learn how to operate with limited resources. I don't have the picture on this slide, but I was doing a urethral reconstruction in Uganda, and I had our fellow and resident, and we had 7 instruments. Well, in the United States, I probably have about 300 when I do that case. And so, not that I use all 300 or I know how to use all 300, but it's an opportunity to learn how to work with limited resources. What are the benefits for your residents? Well, they get to learn. Every time I go, I learn something. This is me teaching a general surgeon how to do a urethral reconstruction. You get lifelong friendships. So if anybody's here from Miami, this is Nico Ortiz in the middle, right here, and this is in Dakar. So he was a resident in Miami. He's now at the University of Virginia. And he came with me. He wasn't going to do recon. He had a military commitment, and now he's a reconstructive urologist at Charlottesville. The other important thing is you get to learn from different people. So this is a guy named Al Ruenes, who's actually a private practice urologist teaching perineal prostatectomies. None of our residents get to learn that and get to see that. The thirst for knowledge there is so different. This is the bad part about the whole thing. So as you can see, these are all residents watching a case and looking where they're standing. Now, when you guys get your surveys filled out, the residents complain if they don't get to do everything and they're not there. Well, I show this to our residents all the time when they start whining, because I'm like, look at these residents. They're 3 back and they're still enthralled and interested in the case. So it allows you to appreciate what we have. I did have talk about challenging cases, but they were all penises, and I took them off because I thought, oh, that would probably be bad to show. But the other thing is, so this is a water cooler that we used for a cystoscopy. We sterilized our own water and we used it for a cystoscopy. And then this is the most important picture in my mind. This is a young woman whose daughter was born with extrophy. We were in Cameroon. They took like 3 days, which would have been probably a 4-hour drive for us, but took them 3 days to come to the hospital. She couldn't afford to stay in the hotel across the street, and this is where she slept every night. The hotel across the street was probably the worst hotel I've ever been in my entire life. But it was sad that it reminds me again how lucky I am to have what I have and those types of things. It's a challenge for your residents. We don't have accreditation from urology, so a lot of times we have to take vacations and there's time constraints, but we're going to try to fix that through the SAU, hopefully. So going back to IVU had 25 scholarships in 19 2019 and 2020. Obviously, things were put on hold, but these are the places that had sent residents. So once IVU gets up and running, please, I have my email at the last slide, so please reach out to me because I'm happy to help anybody get involved. So in conclusion, we really need to do a better job with pipelines. We need to start, I think we need to start young. We need to get our young men and women opportunities to be involved in urology. Urology is the best field in medicine. Miles is going to come around at some point. You see, I'm slowly working on them, but it is by far the best field. And the other important thing is that the pipeline program wasn't just good for Miles and the group. It was really good for our residents. They loved it. They had so much fun with, I mean, they have fun with medical students, but the pre-med students were even better. They were more enthused. They weren't beaten down like medical students are. They weren't as entitled as some of our students either. They just had it, you know, they just had it and loved it. And I can't wait to get the next group of young students this year. And then humanitarian work, I think it's something to truly consider for your residency. I know that's one big thing when we're interviewing. People always ask me about, well, I heard you do all these IVU trips. How can I get involved? That's a big thing I want to think about. So it obviously helps you with recruitment as well. Sorry to add that on at the end. I know that wasn't what I was supposed to talk about, but I almost talk about it every time I give a talk. So sorry. So I have one last thing. Sorry. So Lynn, as you guys know, I love Lynn. I do have one last thing that's going to disappoint everybody on the talk. We are the #1 urology program. And there was one day that I was having this conversation with Lynn about us, and she told me that I was #1. So I'm going to get in so much trouble. I'm in another room right now. And when I walk out, I'm sure I'm in trouble, but let's get that slide quickly. But the last thing is, this is a quote by Winston Churchill. It's by far my favorite quote in the world. It's by everything we do, right? And so thank everybody here for what you do. Again, thanks for letting me talk. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope I didn't go over. I ramble sometimes.
It was
Okay,
fabulous.
Where do I apply? This is
So much.
Thank you for talking about the IVU trips. You're right, because we get asked that a lot too. And some of the older members of the faculty just think, they just want to come here and go travel. And it's like, you have to have a mind shift. People want these experiences. And like you said, putting together these pipeline programs, I can see how the residents will get into it. It's also teaching them leadership as well. And so this just has so many dividends that it pays, forwards and backwards. And I know USC is interested in this. I just need to clone myself so that I can, but you make me feel bad with all your multiple hats that you're wearing. So maybe what we need to do is like a cultural exchange where Lynn comes into my program and then like wife swap. And then you'll be so glad when you get her back, I'm sure. But at least my program will get a little, anyway. Does anyone have any?
She's getting a little old, so it might be okay. Might be time.
She's like at least 10 years younger than me, so you better watch that, okay? Now, does anybody have any questions for Dr. McCammon? This has been fantastic. Somebody? I thought I heard somebody. No? Okay.
I would like to give a plug for the IVU. And we've, here at Emory University, we've sent many, many, many residents, and we don't count it against their bank. It's so enriching, and they give a full grand rounds when they come back. It's fantastic. Also, we have a program with the medical school where they go to Haiti. And if they're interested in doing that, Dr. Lawrence was a student here, and then now he's on faculty, resident, now faculty, and then he helps run that program. So we're very, very, very pleased to have that available for our residents.
I have something to say. First off, I think Dr. McCammon, you're good at photoshopping, because that definitely was not me. But that's
Okay.
fine. I'll take it if you wanted to. But the other thing is, I have a question. So how many students are we getting this next go round? Because I don't even think I know.
So this is the hardest part, is to get the schools engaged. So I have emailed the Hampton University ahead of the pre-med program probably 10 times and texted it. And so I still haven't heard back from them. I had an incredible conversation with somebody at Norfolk State last week. So I think we'll be getting 2 to 4 from Norfolk State. And then we'll see how many we get from Hampton. It's really interesting how hard it is to get them to want to be engaged. And I understand we're all busy, but I don't understand that.
Maybe you have to get in their face or something.
Trust me, you know me well enough. I email and text and bother them enough. They've heard me enough. Well, either quieted everybody and put everybody to sleep right after
Oh, I'm
lunch.
sorry. I'm just trying to figure out. Trying to get my screen up here. Hold on.
No, I think you did an excellent job, and I love that Miles came on and gave his perspective, because that just added a human touch to everything.
Absolutely. And I'm not even kidding you. Think about all the opportunity that he would get, just a letter of recommendation from you to all of these programs. And even just talking and meeting him, we can share these people with each other's programs. I think this is great.
And his enthusiasm.
I mean, like I said, if I could have a couple kids like that, I would do all the work that it took to get that program together.
Maybe that's the video we need to have on our website to show, like, you know, this is how you're supposed to.
Yeah, I agree.
And Dr. Wilson's enthusiasm too, because she's like,
oh my God.
Definitely. Yes. The two of them could be like the poster child for all of the pipeline studies, all the things we want to do.
Well, I'm saying I encourage you guys to have these people come and talk to your faculty. I mean, I know it sounds like a big, huge ask right now, but it starts with a concept. It starts with the idea. And there are faculty, especially some of our younger faculty, that I know when I show this to them, they're all going to be like, yeah, we need to do this. Yeah, we need to do this. How do we make it work? There's so many different permutations of this concept that you can make work for your program, you know, but this is just one program's example of how they were able to accomplish it. I love the part where you're driving for 5 hours with your wife and you're talking about this. Like, shout out to Mrs. McCammon.
Well, guess what? She's a doctor too. She's an emergency medicine doctor.
So this is even worse. Like, this is what these people do all day long. This is what we do. But literally, they've put a lot of the pen to paper already and probably have already gone through some of the issues and trials. And so it's something that if you don't do it, it's almost like being part of an academic center that is missing a subspecialty. Like if you don't have a robotics program now, you know, this is what's going to be. There's going to be these programs. Everyone's going to get it. And, you know, I just think it's good to be thinking about it. I think Priyanka has a question for you, Doctor.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McCammon, for sharing your journey and, your sharing the story is fantastic. What I want to understand, like you definitely wear so many different roles and all these hats that you have and this idea that you started and you have created this pipeline program, but how much time did it take to have the conceptual idea to the time you actually implement it? Because you're also a surgeon, you're doing all these different wonderful things for your patients. So just a realistic idea for some of us who might be thinking along those lines, but the roadmap, like how difficult was it to implement that?
Putting the pen to paper wasn't that difficult. I mean, we came up with an idea, put it down. It was really hard to get the school engaged, in all honesty, which was the disappointing part. Now it's obviously more on their, whatever, you know, it's more in their face now, and they're more engaged. But I'll be honest, I've met with the graduate medical education program people numerous times, because my goal is this pre-med program should be in every department. I mean, I just shouldn't be urology. That's ridiculous. It should be in medicine and in general surgery. And I can't get the GME program to buy off, or I can get them if I keep pushing them, but I just don't have the time to continue to push them to take it to that level. So to answer your question, it doesn't take as much time to do. Once you get everything written down, which we can share everything we have. I mean, this is something that I think, my goal is every urology program will be doing this. That's why I started with the Mid-Atlantic. And I've already talked to Dr. Nagler at the Urology Care Foundation. I mean, I want to figure out a way we can do this with every urology program, because there's no reason why we shouldn't be doing that. So I think it's easy once you have the idea. It's just getting people who are energetic and excited. And I think that's the issue, because we're all busy. We all have many different hats, and unfortunately you just have to choose the hat you want to wear at that specific time, if that makes sense.
And I'm sure you've learned too that in academic medicine, if you just keep asking, you know, what's no today, the same exact question could be yes tomorrow. And so it's about exposing the idea and then just constantly going back. And then all of a sudden, sometimes, like as other programs start doing it, that starts to get more people's attention. And you gotta, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So.
Threatening a little bit. I mean, I did threaten the diversity guy, because I went to, and Byron Joyner gave a great talk at SAU years ago from the University of Washington about diversity. And they talked about the program at the University of Washington. And I came home literally the day after I got home, and I picked up the phone. I won't say the guy's name, the diversity guy. This was 5 years after banging my head against the door with him. I said, if I don't have a meeting with you in the next 5 days, I'm calling the president of the medical school, because I'm tired of being told no. And believe it or not, that's how it started. I didn't know I had to be that big of a jerk to get it forward.
Well, and I also understand that I believe Lynn has told me that you've also put a lot of your own personal money into this. So when I say that Dr. McCammon is like a fantastic supporter of residents and really into the program, you know, I know some of us don't have faculty like that you think will do that, but I've been in 3 programs now, and I could find at least one person like that in every program I've been in. Some people are willing to do what they need to do to get something started, and sometimes that's all it takes. You know, this is how I got funding to have breakfast at Grand Rounds. I started cooking it myself and bringing it from home. And then the dean of the medical school found out and thought this was a wonderful program level wellness program for the residents. And then all of a sudden my chairman decided to give me a budget to pay for it. So sometimes this is the route you have to go through. So it's not even so much about how long does it take as it is, you know, just getting that backup, getting that support, and even if you don't get support from the medical school, you can still cobble together something like this on your own. And once it gets some traction, those people above will figure out that they kind of need to be involved. And you just got to get people's attention.
Shannon,
Yeah,
Lynn doesn't cook us breakfast.
Huh?
Lynn doesn't cook us breakfast. So I think it's a good switch for us. I think
that's all I can offer you. That's all I can offer you. Wait until you have to remind me what you just asked me to do 5 minutes after you said it. You'll be begging for Lynn back. All right, guys. Thank you so much. So this has been fantastic. I know that a lot of people are going to want to see this. And again, you know, this video will be available if anybody wants to revisit it. And Lynn has offered many times to answer questions that I had about that program. So let's utilize this information. And I'm going to
suggest that we all unmute ourselves and give them a round of applause for their taking the time.
Yes. Thank you guys. It's been very, very productive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Thank you, Dr. McCammon.
We're so fortunate. All right, I'm just not going to introduce myself. I'm just going to launch right into recruitment best practices. The SAU asked me to just do a little ditty about going over, because we've had so many changes in the last 2 years. So little did I know, when I accepted a nomination to be a president of ACURe, we would have to pivot immediately to virtual interviewing. And then at the same time, they would do this whole thing where we have to roll out the interviews all at the same time. And then last year, and then the flush date, and then the preference signaling, and a lot of changes. So this is our 2nd year of doing it. And I actually was surprised at the amount of questions, and seemed like even more confusion than there was the first time, not by everybody. But so let's talk about the components of the recruitment process really briefly. There's the standardized invitation process. So during the standardized invitation process, invitations, rejections, and wait lists all had to be assigned on the same date. So we had to send out those people we wanted to invite, those people we wanted to reject, and those people we wanted to wait list all on the same day. That has not changed. It's confusing for people because they're trying to figure out, well, what if I really want applicant A, and I assign him to April 1st, but he can't make it April 1st, but he could make it April 2nd. How am I going to know that? Okay, so this is why people are coming up with all these questions and getting confused and offering the same person 2 interviews just to make sure they get them, and lots of confusion and questions about what can and can't be done. So let me explain what the SAU's intent for changing this was. So the, hold on a second here, let me get rid of this. So the intent was not so that everybody could get what they wanted. The intent was that the applicant is pushed to choose between the ones they really want and maybe the ones that they're just not generally as interested in. You know, part of the problem was that there was interview hoarding, and then people would let go of them at the last minute, and the program would not have the opportunity to backfill, and then that also disenfranchised a lot of applicants. So you have to sort of get away from the idea that you're trying to get all of the exact ones that you want. You offer them that opportunity, and they have to either accept it or decline it. You can put them on the wait list for the other date, you know, so that they can see that they have the option if they want to, but they're still going to have to decline that original offer if they want the other date. So the invitations, rejections, and wait lists for all the interview dates must be sent at the same time. You have to honor all of the people who have accepted those dates. So at that time, the applicant could say to you, I thank you, I can't be there on that date. I would like to be on the wait list for the other date, but they still have to decline the date that they want. You're then supposed to prioritize your wait list with anybody who you originally invited but couldn't do that date. So you already have a wait list, and then anybody from date 1 that can't do it but would like to be on the other date, they go to the top of the wait list above the people that you had already. So you are preferencing the desire of that person who originally had an interview. Okay. One of the questions I saw get a lot was, what time do we have to send these out by? Is it okay to send them out at night? Is it okay to, what it says is business hours. So business hours is going to be different for me than it is for somebody on the East Coast. And I just think you need to use common sense, but you don't have to, if it doesn't tell you specifically what the deadline is for something, then it's use common sense. Business hours, 9 to 5, 8 to 4, 6 o'clock. They want you to send out your invitations during business hours. Okay, so then once you've sent your invitations out, it's on a Friday, there's no contact at all. During the weekend, no contact between you, no contact between the applicants until Monday at the designated time. If you look, the SAU website is very clear about the timelines. I don't remember exactly the time. I think it was mid-morning, Pacific Standard Time. So no talking. They had to make their decision about whether they're going to accept or decline your offer by that time before any communicating can happen. So they will have to make the decision if they see they're on a wait list somewhere else, and they've got an invitation from you. They're going to have to make a decision because they're not going to know whether or not how even far up on that wait list they are. Okay, so they have to make that decision without communicating with us. So that's why they can say, listen, I can't do the date you offered, but I would like to do this waitlisted date. So what you can do to help them make this decision is you can post your interview dates on the SAU website, on the Uro residency website, and on your individual program websites, so that while they're over the weekend mulling over their offers, they can look and see when your interviews are scheduled and determine if it competes with something else. And this is to help them get a little bit more information for themselves. If somebody contacts you during that time, when they're not supposed to contact you, I just recommend that you just show a little grace. Like, we're not trying killed people's careers. If somebody's not being, pathologic about it and they're just confused, you can just be polite or you can just ignore it. But I did get a lot of contact from people who were upset that it seemed like they were being contacted when they shouldn't have been contacted. So understand that they're confused about some of it as well. They're sometimes getting guidance from residents who've already done it and they did it the old way. So as we do this a few more times, there'll be less and less confusion. Okay, so the weekend has passed and now it's Monday. The applicants communicate their acceptances, rejections by the designated time. And now programs are able to contact the applicants from their wait lists, because now you're going to see who accepted, who rejected. Now, the programs are supposed to reach out. We're not supposed to get bombarded with phone calls from them, but they're going to reach out because they're going to reach out. So expect that. And again, I ask people to show some grace because you got to put yourself in their position. You don't have to take their calls or emails, but this is why it's important that your wait list be prioritized. And that's what we're moving on to next. Okay, I need to talk about wait lists for a second. You need to prioritize your wait list, and you need to limit the number on your wait list to a realistic number. So there were a lot of programs last year that sent out invitations and then just put everybody else left on the wait list. They didn't want to find themselves short. They didn't want to tell somebody no, and then later on not be able to have them in case they went down their wait list. Okay, so first of all, let's just be realistic. There's no way you're going to go down 100 names on your wait list. So even if you're going to be generous, look and see how far you went on your wait list last couple of years. I mean, I'm pretty sure you probably didn't go down 50 names either. Okay, so there's a lot of residents who were applicants who were put on wait lists who falsely thought that they had a chance of being on a wait list and possibly getting an interview, who had absolutely no chance whatsoever to get it. So it's disingenuous, and it doesn't allow the applicant to make real decisions about what they're going to do when they think they're on a wait list that they really aren't on. And in addition to that, because there are so many people on the wait list, these wait lists weren't prioritized. So nobody went through and said, this is the first person on the wait list, this is the second, this is the third. Because you can imagine if you did 100, how much work that would be. So that's another reason why you need to limit it to a realistic number, because when you do have to then go to your wait list, after all that careful screening and the time faculty spends to determine who you're going to interview, it shouldn't just be that the program coordinators randomly pick somebody off a list to be the next person to slide in. We need to do everybody and respect everybody's time and the applicants by not making it that random. And the reason I bring that up is because that was the feedback I got from a number of programs, that's kind of how it happened. Like, they didn't know they were going to need to go to their wait list. They don't normally, and they did, and they didn't have it prioritized. They just pick people off of it. So we want to avoid that. We want to make it equitable. That's what we've been talking about today. So really want to go back to your programs and tell them to consider limiting the number of, because listen, if you have to go back afterwards and ask somebody if they want to come, I'm sure you're not going to get any problem. So really don't need to put all those people on your wait list. Think about the applicants. All right, Tuesday is flush day. So the applicants after Monday and after the designated time and after reaching out and finding out that where they are on a wait list or actually getting off a wait list onto an acceptance. Now they may find that they have two dates that conflict. Okay, on flush day, this is the last day that they can make a choice. So that day is the day that you will find that maybe your full schedule is no longer full. Okay. But after the time deadline that is clearly listed on the SAU website, applicants may not cancel the interviews that they've accepted. So at this point, who you have on your schedule, you can be sure that's who you have. And we are told to keep a list of people if someone does cancel. I had somebody cancel one time and they said that they weren't interviewing. They decided not to interview for urology. I don't know if that's true. It sounds kind of really in the middle of interviewing, but I wrote it down and it was only one. And I don't know if that was real or wasn't real. It wasn't a huge problem. But again, programs, it's sort of, you're keeping track of this yourselves. And the intention is not to try to get people in trouble. But if somebody, we want the system to work also for the programs. Programs complained about having continuous people, canceling at the last minute. And as you will see, last year and the year before, there were none of that. That didn't happen. And every program matched and filled their spots. Now this year we also had preference signals, okay? The feedback from the preference signaling has been positive. However, a lot of people didn't really know how to use them, nor how to counsel their students how to use them. But one thing that from the preference signals, that perceived geographic preferences were sort of debunked. I mean, I know in my program, I got a number of preference tokens from people who did their entire training on the East Coast and also were born and raised over there. And even though we don't make geography a material factor in the rank meeting, when you have all these great applicants, it eventually erodes down to things like, well, what is the likelihood this person will really rank us highly? They did all their training. So just that alone has debunked that one argument. There was a feeling from discussing it with many of the coordinators that a lot of programs offered interviews to pretty much everybody that preference signaled them. Either that they at least met the criteria or at the threshold of criteria or had enough extra diversity factors that they thought that mostly they were good. So depending on how many of those you got, that was a thing that helped people decide who to give interviews to. We're not allowed to discriminate by these. We're not allowed to not look at people's applications or not offer them because they didn't preference us. And we had a number of people like that. In fact, one of the people that we matched to our program didn't offer us a preference token. So it doesn't mean that they aren't really serious about your program. They often don't really know how to spend those chips. You're not allowed to share the number of preference signals that you've received. And we also did not widely circulate it even to our faculty. So the preference signals were used by the program director to make final determinations on who would be invited. And we didn't want faculty to be biased in knowing who tokened us or who signaled us. So students should be counseled to spend their signals wisely. And, you have to be, you have to really reflect, like, what is my, how competitive am I as an applicant? Because people relied heavily on giving interviews based on this, you need to keep that in mind. So they need to spend them wisely, but that's sort of nebulous guidance and they're still sort of figuring it out. So the last thing that I just want to say is that I did receive a number of calls by people who are frustrated by being contacted outside of the timelines, or they just didn't understand how things are working. And I would just say, above all, to show some grace to the applicants. This is not easy for them. And I say this a lot. If you don't like listening to noisy children, then you should not take a job driving a school bus. And try to be empathetic, because this really is not easy. So unless we have any questions, let me see. Okay, there I go. That's the end of my presentation. Does anyone have any questions about, or do y'all feel pretty comfortable with the process of sending out all the invitation? Does anybody have any issues with reducing their wait list to a more reasonable number of people or anything like that? Because if not, let us move on to something that I think is going to be really helpful. When we decided to put on recruitment platforms I can't live without, I, for one, was really impressed with the way some of our steering committee members use platforms that we all use all the time, but are not using at all the way either intended or to their fullest potential. ARIS is one of those. a lot of people use ACURE just to look up their applications, and that's it. And even though we see there's lots of other things in there, it seems like not user friendly. And so a lot of people, I'm surprised, but a lot of people do not do anything but look at the applications, and they don't use the messaging systems or the scoring system. So Stephanie Stenner is going to give us a talk about maximizing ACURE management. And I'm telling you guys, you can make your lives a lot easier if you paid attention and did some of these things. It's amazing how many extra iterations we do that we wouldn't have to. And same with Lynn Voss. Her management of the ACURE data collection and Excel, like I could do so many professional development sessions with her just doing that. And then Jenny's going to talk to us about the Google resources and how to use Google, because a lot of y'all have a hard time with Google. And it's because many of us I didn't have a Google account before ACURe. I've never used it. And there's a lot of things that you can do in Google, again, that we should really, at this stage in our careers, should all already be doing and know how to do. So I'm going to toss it over to Stephanie Stenner to start. This is awesome. Thanks, guys.
Right. Hi there. I'm Stephanie Stenner, residency coordinator at University of Florida in Gainesville. And today I'm here to talk to you about maximizing ERAS. So, or ERAS, I don't know what we want to call it. But the first thing I want you to know is that I am here as living proof that paperless interviews are possible. I have not printed applications one time since I have been here. I never print applications. So your interview season can go from looking like this to looking like this. If you learn how to use ERAS, you do have to get your faculty on board, get your program director on board. I will assure you they will love it. Ours loved it. So that I want to say that to begin with. So to begin, and unfortunately I don't have my timer on. So Shannon, just like text me if I talk too long. The first thing you really need to do, and this is the thing you should do with any application you're ever using, is what I call mousing around. Just click on things and see what they do and see what you can do with them. That's one of the best ways to learn the capabilities of the tools that we have. So then if you are going to use your application, ERAS for application review, you're going to need to set it up. So when you log into ERAS, you click on the setup. Let's see, I can't see it, but it's up there at the top in that dark blue bar. You click on the setup, and this is what you see. First, it usually defaults to your data filter, but you click on the manage users. You probably won't see anybody if you've never had users go in there, or you may have your DIO or a few other people. You're going to invite a user. So you're going to click. And when you click that, you're going to add their name, last name, email, and their role. And we use the reviewer interviewer role, and each of the little plus signs will open up and show you the different things that that role will do. So if you do, for example, let your residents review any applicants, there is a lesser role that doesn't show scores, for example, because we don't want our residents to see USMLE scores of incoming people. We don't want to have any kind of, competition there. So once you've done this, then you click invite user. And when you do that, your physician is going to get an email with a link, and then they will go and accept the terms of ERAS, and then they'll be in there, and you will see them like you saw here with their status. And you can see, like, I have people that are active. One shows expired. This person never responded to the invitation. I revoked someone who is no longer using, they're not reviewing applications anymore. So again, and all these little plus signs open up and show you what their role is. I was thinking I might try to jump back and forth between the actual website and this, but I think that's too much. So I'm just going to use my PowerPoints here and you can go in and play around. So after you get everyone invited and they've accepted their invitations, that would be the time you start assigning the applications to them. And here I usually go just alphabetically, and just for ease of doing things, I put 25 records per page and clicked up here to highlight them all. And then I go to the bottom and choose assign applicants. And when I do that, when I hit go, it shows me this window. And that's all of my doctors. And I'm going to decide who is going to be reviewing those applicants. And I'm going to fill in this little, I'm going to fill in that little hole. If I have more than one person doing the same applicants, you can do as many as you like. You can uncheck these. This is a bulk assignment thing that's very useful. I use it constantly during interview season, because once our applications have all been reviewed and we start actually having interviews, then I will assign a lot more people to those applications so that they can all go in and review them before. And some of them even use them on their, open it up on their computer on interview day so that they can look at information about the applicant on interview day. So, and once you have decided who's going to get that, get those applications, you click apply, and then it's going to show up for them when they log in, because except for a few, like your program director, your super users or whatever, those doctors are only going to be able to see the applicants that you have assigned to them, the ones that are not like a super user. So they can't go in and just look at all the applications unless you assign them to look at all the applications. So the next thing you want to do is learn about customizing your attributes, because this is super helpful in managing and sorting your applications during interview season. Again, you're on your setup tab. You go to the attributes listing, and this is my attributes that I have right now. These are all checkbox attributes that I've created. And here at the bottom, you can see if you want to add one, you just click the add and it will open up. Let's see if I have it. Well, here's the two. This is another kind, a drop down, and I use that one as well. And now I can't remember if I showed you how I do it. I think I didn't, because I think I ran out of time. So when you click the add, it's going to open up a window. And I'm sorry, because I really didn't get to start on this until like yesterday, seriously. But when you click the add, it's going to open up a new window. I'm going to do this real quick and just show you. That's what it's going to, and you just name it and save it. That's it. It's really easy. Sorry?
What's a Florida connection?
Oh, well, that's a name that I gave an attribute that I wanted to use. So these are things that I want to know about this, about applicants, or I want to be able to sort, for example. So you might have California connection or West Coast connection.
Yeah, but what did you put under that rule of Florida connection to make it sort through these applications?
Well, no, right now we're setting up what we use, what we want to know. We're setting up what we want to know. We're not sorting yet. So first you have to say, what do I want to know? So for me, if I want to know if someone's underrepresented, I have to set up an attribute so that I can check a box. Then once I have that set up, and I'm going to show you that with filters in a few minutes, but first you have to set up all the things you want to know. So all these are things like, you know, I wanted to know, be able to sort which applicants Dr. Bain had selected for interviewing. And so I created an attribute for that. I wanted to sort, someone that we thought we were going to put on the wait list, or I had a sorting for people who signaled us, so that I could quickly see if Dr. Moy asked me, how many signals did we get? Who signaled us, whatever. I could go through those people and I can find the information I want to find. So all you're doing right there is literally making a box that you can check. And then once you have that box you can check, then you can do the filter. And we'll get to that in just a minute. So the next thing I have a drop down for is when when our faculty review, we have them give us a ranking of how they want to rank. They use, and I set this up in a drop down as interview if a spot, no interview. We just have 3 very simple things that we selected. The first year, I think we used like a number system, but that didn't work very well. So finally, we just narrowed it down to this. And so again, that's another thing that then I can sort by the ranking. Let me show you a screen if it'll let me. Well, oh, here it is. Okay. This is what my attribute looks like when I set it up. Review a ranking, and these are the names I gave it for each of the things I wanted to use. And then I save it. And now I will be able to go and sort applications by who was recommended for an interview. So I can see how many people were recommended by our reviewers for interview. I can see how many people said no interview, and we may eliminate those people immediately, and we can get them off our plate. So that is that. And again, you can customize your statuses as well. So a lot of your statuses are already set, and they're preset, but you can make custom statuses. So for example, I pre-review all the applications just to make sure everything's there and whatever. And so this way I can set a filter later to say coordinator pre-review, and the answer is no, and that will show me anybody that I haven't pre-reviewed. And again, when we get to filters, I'll show you that, but this is kind of like this is the foundation of your filters. And then I also set up one for waitlist so that I could have in the status section, I could know who's on my wait list, and I could very quickly sort and filter for people on my wait list. And the great thing about these is you can combine them. So sometimes you want to know 2 things. And again, we'll get to that in just a minute. The other thing is the comparison tool, which is a scoring thing that Shannon mentioned. I will tell you, we have not used this, but I do think it could be very helpful in both your interview and both your interviews and your review before interviews, because obviously I moved some around just to kind of show what was down lower at the bottom. But if there's comments in there that you want to be able to see, empathy, social skills, motivation, program compatibility, self-awareness, intelligence, education. Those are all things you wouldn't use during the review process, but you might use those on your interview scoring, because there's a way to score these. And I'm going to show you a picture of that later. But again, this is all the foundation of what you're going to be doing when you're actually using ERAS. But I can't even tell you how well it works because we've never done it. But it is there, and I think it's a valuable tool. So then you're going to get to your application review. And when you look at your application, at an application, you'll see now, I have this application assigned to all of these doctors. And if, for example, I go, oh no, I didn't mean to assign that to Dr. Bain, I can actually click that edit button and it will open up that window I showed you earlier. And I can uncheck his box and it won't be assigned to him anymore once I apply it. But I use this, for example, like I say, the week before interviews, then I assign it to everyone who's going to be interviewing so that they have the way to look at who is coming for that interview day. And as you see here, I've checked some things. These are first weekend interviews, and this person signaled us. Now, that I remove before I show it to the doctors, because I don't want, again, we don't want them to be affected, but influenced by who signaled us. But these are the two things that we ask our attendings to utilize when they're reviewing applications. They'll leave a note, and when you click that, the notes tab, this is what you see. They can type in a note about what they see about the candidate, and I can leave them a note. If someone calls me or emails me and says, my step 2 score just got added, or I have new publications or whatever, I can write a note here and then they will see it when they're reviewing. So it keeps a lot of, everything is confined to that one application. And this also helps our program director and our associate program director to make the final determinations of who's going to be interviewed. You definitely have to be sure to tell them to save their note, because I've had people who say, oh, I put a note in and it didn't show up. That's because you didn't hit the save. But so you do want to create a document, which I have created documents to give them instructions every year on how to do these things. They're very easy and they're all fully capable of doing it. Here's the other thing they use is the attributes. They go down here, and this is where we put in, I showed you the reviewer ranking, and they will choose whether they recommend for an interview if available spot, or no interview. And then as I showed you, here's the status showing where I would check the box for my pre-review, and that's been checked. It shows the date and time that you did that. So this is the scoring section. I just opened the custom scoring just to kind of show you. You actually would agree ahead of time on how you were going to score, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, whatever you were going to use. And there's a lot of ability to use it here. As I said, we just haven't done it. So I can't tell you a lot about how that works. Now we'll get to filters. And that's really pretty easy, except you just have to be sure you're filtering with the right, sometimes you have to play around with it. I will be honest. The first year I used filters a lot. I had to play around with it quite a bit to get the results I needed to get. But it's very well worth it once you know what you're doing. So when you want to go to do filters, you go to your applications tab and click on the manage filters. And this is what you're going to see. Now, if you've never created a filter, you won't have any user-defined filters. You will have the system-defined filters. You won't have any favorites either. Those are all created by me. You can favorite a system-defined filter, but I usually use my own filters. I've just found that there's certain things I want to be able to filter, and so I create them myself. And so when you're going to create a new filter, you just click the Add New Filter. And what's going to pop up is this first little box, and you'll say Add Group. And when you do that, oh, I shouldn't have clicked though, because I went too far. You'll see another box pop up, and you click Add New Criteria. And when you do that, this is what you get. You get to pick from a pull down that shows you all the different options of criteria. Most of these up above are the built-in. I usually use my user-defined attributes. the things that I've created. And so here you see in my user-defined attributes, I selected Florida connection equals yes. I want to know if they have a connection in Florida. And when I do that, then I say save criteria. And I get this little screen and I have to name this filter. Because if you don't do this, you won't have your filter forever. Because you can create filters on the fly too. I'll show you that in a minute. You just put your name of the filter in. It's automatically sorted by last name, but there are some other ways to sort it if you want to. It's a pull down. And then you have to give it a description, no matter how descriptive your title is. Then you just save it as new. And then here you'll see I have a new filter, user-defined filter. Now I have 25. Before you saw I had 24. And if I want that to be a favorite, something that I want to easily get to instead of having to scroll up and down, then I can put a star beside it and it will go up into my favorites. The only thing that I found, and I wish it would work this way, was that my favorites are not Dr. Moy's favorites. So you will have to educate your faculty of how to find the filters if you want them to be able to find the filters. So this is what you use then when you want to sort your applications. For example, once I did Florida connection, and I got these 7 people that showed up. But then if I want to add more than that, well,
let me ask you a question right there. So you said when you pressed Florida connection, those 7 people showed up. But the only reason why those 7 people showed up was because at some point a faculty member had reviewed their application and noted,
or a faculty member had, someone had, yes.
Someone had gone through the application, noted that they had this Florida connection and clicked that box in the attributes.
Yes.
So since people are screening everything already, this is how you end up with better and more ways to sort the applications than only having those metrics and like whether or not they're FMGs. This is how you do it. This is how you tailor it to whatever your department specific, goals are in recruitment.
Right.
Just, okay.
Exactly. Now I will tell you, I think I put this one in, I think just to show you how you can do it on the fly. When you are in the applications and you're looking at your results, you can just go in. You won't normally, when you first go in there, you're not going to have any filters applied. You open up the little arrow thing here with the modify filter criteria, and you can create a criteria for sorting. And so you can, I'm sorry, and I got this stupid thing right up here in the top. Let me move it. There we go. So this is showing you basically how to have 2, if you want to sort by 2 things. So for example, the one we just had, and forget that one about the MS3, because I think I forgot to take it out. I have a Florida connection filter. I want to click add a new criteria. And when I do, that opens a new criteria selection window. So then I want to know if anybody in Florida has a felony or misdemeanor. So the way I'm going to find out though is I don't want to see those people. I want to see people without one. So, and now this felony misdemeanor is a preset. It's already in there. Like I didn't create that. That was in a preset of ERAS. And so if they have put a misdemeanor explanation, I keep clicking. Then I said I wanted it to be empty because most people, if they have a misdemeanor, aren't going to try to make an excuse for it. So I said I wanted the misdemeanor explanation to be empty. And then I'm going to hit save criteria. And when I hit apply, this is who I get. These people, these 7 people, so I probably cheated and used that other one, or maybe none of them had it, misdemeanor. None of these people have a misdemeanor. So they all have a Florida connection, but they don't have a misdemeanor. So even though I know we're supposed to like let people who have a misdemeanor come in, but we don't really want to.
All right, can I say something, Stephanie? One thing
Yeah.
you need to say, I believe, in your setup is there's certain things, and that's one of the criteria that you have to move over that you want to show. Because if you don't, it's not going to show. You have to do that in your setup. I think it's the felonies. It's not the felonies. I know it's like sex.
No, you're talking about in the screening. You're talking about in the screening. Yeah, well, this is after we have, like, this is me. This is like what I'm doing. And once we have our faculty go through, so you wouldn't, I was just trying to find something that I could use that was like one of the automatic things that was in there already.
But I don't think if you check that box, it's not going to ever come over for you to see it to begin with.
Well, we unblind everything after
well, that's what I
finish our
wanted.
review.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's what I wanted to point out there,
And
that you have to make sure.
in the past, that wasn't blinded either. This was the first year that was blinded.
Yeah,
for
so
us
that's
at
what,
least.
yeah, so you definitely need to do that before, or it's
Right.
never going to show
Yeah,
up.
anything you're going to use, you have to have the information there, obviously, because if the information isn't there, you can't filter it. You're right, absolutely. So like I say, I was doing this kind of last minute this morning because I was going through the slides going, where's the holes in this whole thing? And there were a couple. So that was kind of why I just picked that quickly, like how will I get results? Because sometimes you will run filters and you won't get any results. It's because you're not asking the question the right way. You have to be sure that you're asking it the right way. And that's what takes a little bit of practice. So this is another like quickie thing that I ran. I had already checked the 3 people that had matched with us as will start, because if you use new innovations, your GME office can use that, pull that information from their application into new innovations. So I mark them as will start. And then I'm just to illustrate an easy way to just add a criteria and apply it. And then you get these people. And I would only get 3 people with that because, but again, when you can edit that. Say, if you want to say will start, you see it equals yes, but I could change it to equal no, and it would be like 400 people or whatever. This is another way when you're dealing with the criteria on the fly with just creating sorting, because as you're doing things, you want to know certain things, but you may not want to know them over and over and over. You may just want to know it once. So you may not want to set up a filter for the whole time. So there's ways you can set up a filter by group, and then you can say, group 1 has a Florida connection and has no felony misdemeanor or whatever. Or you can say group 1 has a Florida connection or a misdemeanor or no misdemeanor, whatever. You can, so again, this is something that is it's more complex than I have time to tell you about. But it is definitely worth the effort of putting in to learn how to use it, because it will make your life a million times easier. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions, I can even go to the screen. I don't know where we are in time because I didn't do my time.
Okay, guys. I mean, I know it might seem overwhelming at first, but I have to say, if you've ever messed around with the screening tools or anything before, you might kind of have an idea what some of this is. The reason I'm bringing it up is that faculty mostly would rather do this. I know we have some old timers that want paper files, and for those people, I will still give them their little paper files as much as I can, or a little booklet. But these guys like being able to go in there, go to the ARIS application that's assigned to them. That's the only ones they see. Walk over to the notes section, write their notes in there, and then we can put reports up.
Yeah, because it's always in the same place. So
Yeah, see,
here's-
look, they can, where the attributes are, every person
Right.
who's screening. So we have different people screening than we have people on the actual selection committee. So after the screeners have gone through all 350 applications and we have put on the attributes the things that are most important to us to look for, and the screener sees it and marks it down as an attribute. That's not the system sifting through the ERIS application and finding it. It's the screener making a comment. There's also that scoring thing. The scoring thing, if you use that, is going to have a uniform system for every single person where you can just look at, print a report and see exactly who scored the highest, lowest, whatever. You know, it's just a little bit more either for transparency or just to prove that there is a scientific method to the way we're doing it. Right. And it's not just based off of feeling and things like that, which we were talking about earlier. So when you're trying to promote diversity, it's always been helpful to tell applicants that we have a sort of rubric that we use for everybody, no matter where they come from, that you have a certain score. And if you're invited, you now start back at 0. Everybody's on the same footing. So this is very helpful for that. Yeah, thank you so much, Stephanie. Does anybody else have any questions for Stephanie about ERIS? Or should we move on to Lynn Voss, who will also have equally as helpful information. And this also will be available on the recording afterwards. So if no one has any questions about ERIS, Lynn?
Okay.
You're on.
All right,
and
so I'm
then
going
Jenny will follow.
Share my screen. Hold on. Hold on. It's thinking. Sorry, why it's taking so long. Okay, so I'm Lynn Vass. I'm the program coordinator at Eastern Virginia Medical School. And as you can see, I'm going to talk about Excel and ERAS data collection. Okay, so the 3 most common uses of Excel, they are storing and sorting data, creating budgets, and producing graphs and charts. So I'm going to start off by talking about storing and sorting data. So there are 4 steps to an application interview process. You got to find an applicant, then you got to schedule the interviews, you got to evaluate the applicants, and then you got to rank the applicants. So I'm going to show you how to use Excel to accomplish these tasks. Now, just to preface, since we've heard from Stephanie and how their method is for how they identify the people they want to review the applications, for us, I do go in the system and I do have the physicians identify who's going to review who, and I have it in there if they want to do it, but I have physicians that travel, as you know, Dr. McCammon, he travels all over the world, and trying to pop into these websites sometimes is a little difficult. So as a backup, I also put the files that he's going to review on a jump drive, and he has a PDF. He loves to load it onto his laptop and have it. He feels more secure like that. So because of that, I do things a little different in how they screen. Obviously, I don't print any of the files, but they do have PDF files if they choose to go that route. So then what I do is I create an applicant roster that I also put in with their jump drive for them to look at. It's a spreadsheet, so that when they review, they're going to, on that sheet, decide who they want to invite, and they've done their little notes on the spreadsheet that they give me. So they'll tell me who they want to invite, who's on the wait list, or who's not invited. So that's the difference. It's not put in the system by them. I actually put that in the system. So that's the difference in how we do things. Okay, so sorry, I'm trying to look on the screen and I got other things. I got to move things around. Sorry. Ooh-wee. Okay, so to create an applicant roster, you want to select your applicants you want. So if you click this, you would get all these people if you want everyone on the screen here. Then you select here, you're going to get a drop-down button here where it says bulk actions, CSV report, and then click go. Hold on. Okay, so here is the CSV template that comes up. This pops up on the screen when you do that. And you'll notice that the applicant roster is predefined here. So you can customize that template. So what you would do, like if you want different things on the roster, just besides the things that are here on the left side, like their names or things like that, you can also add the USMLE scores and AOA. If you want to add that, you can, and then you would give it a name. Like for instance, applicant roster, mine says 2018 or whatever. And you would save it. So then you have that for next year. Okay, so here's my scoring spreadsheet that I have that I give to the faculty and then they fill it out. You can see that the USMLE and AOA is already populated on this score sheet, so I don't have to add that in, it's already in there. And then I just have other columns and then they can add what they want to it. And then here at the bottom, see, this is all the applicants. I go ahead and make other sheets that say ones 1.2, 1.5, and these are just like ones are the people they want to invite, and I'll move them over into this sheet. I'll show you how to do that next. But I have other sheets, but this is like the all general population right here, all the applicants that they're going to review. Hold on. Okay, so to break down the list so that I can put them in these little sheets like 1, 2, and 3, what I do is I highlight all the applicants right here on the screen, you see, and then I sort column M, because column M is the total score that they gave me, that they gave us. Then from there, it's data, sort, and column M, excuse me, what you need to do. So once I do that, all of a sudden that the sheet shows all my ones are at the top, all my twos will be underneath, and then da-da-da. So that's how I do it. And then from there, I cut and paste all the ones into this one sheet right here, and then all the ones that are the twos I'll put in there, and so on and so on. So I kind of split up my sheet once I get it. And that's what I operate off of. Okay, so once you've identified the people you want to interview, then you need to schedule the interviews. Sorry, I got this thing right in the middle of the screen here. Sorry. Okay, so for those who are selected to interview, I check the box selected to interview here under the interview status. And marking this, what happens is you're able to add the applicant now into your scheduler module. And yes, I use the scheduler module. And I use it for the sole purpose of keeping track of who I've scheduled to interview. So here's an example of my scheduled interviews, and it's a private event in scheduler. And like, here's my interview days. So once I schedule the applicants, I'm able to run reports. So for example, I can print an Excel report for each of my interview days. I go to reports, scheduled applicants, and then I select the date that I want, and then I click run report. So here's an example of a scheduler's interview report. And it already has the person's name, their email, their phone number. And I guess you can add whatever else you want. And I just keep this on my interview day, and I have all their contacts, and it's just a good sheet I have for my interview day. Okay, so after the interviews, I enter the reviewer scores and comments in ERAS system, as this is significant impact. This will have a significant impact on their ranking, on our ranking meeting, excuse me. Okay, so here's an example of what the interviewer scores look like in ERAS. So like Dr. McCammon, he interviewed such and such, and he gave them a score of 50. So I put all the people's scores in here. And actually, when you do that, it comes up and gives you an average interview score and a total score. Okay, so once I enter all the interview scores in EVRAS, I create a rank list. So in order to do this, you have to go into the status of the applicant and select them for ranking. Okay, so the applicants you selected for ranking will appear under rankings right here. And here's what the list looks like. Like if you rank them and you click rankings, that comes up, and you can change, actually, you can go in here, even though that automatically the system does it. Say you wanted this person that was 2 to be 1, all you have to do is just, you know, drag and drop them right there and they'll become a 1. Okay, so to create a rank list report, you select View Reports right there. Then you can decide if you want it to be ascending or descending order, and then the report you want. So you select one of those as the report that you want, and then the format would be CSV. Okay, so this is an example of the rank order list, or they call it a ROL, Excel report. And you notice that the applicants here, they're all in numerical order. Okay, so if you want a report that includes like the composite interview scores, say you like for your ranking meeting, the doctors want to know, well, how did their, you know, you got them as 1 or 2 on our rank list, but what were their scores? Like for the interview day, you can hit, you select ranked applicant by track. And then this is what the report looks like. You see it's got the composite score there. And this actually comes off, it's a PDF report, but I just converted it into an Excel report. Okay, so we've heard a lot about diversity today. And this is kind of important because we really do need to have a mindful eye on diversity, especially like with recruitment season. So you see like the AUA, they come out with statistics that they give us when we get our match list. So here's the recent one. And then also the ACURe, they ask us on their ADS question to describe how our program will achieve and ensure diversity in trainee recruitment, selection, and retention. And also we have to report this on our PEC and 8 reports too, excuse me. Okay, so to get your interview statistics, I create filters for each category like these examples here. And you need to make sure, one thing I will tell you is ERAS, if you're going to do these, I would do these soon if you haven't already, because when the mailbox closes on May 31st, this information, you're not going to be able to get it off of your mailbox. It won't be available. So you need to do it before they close the mailbox. So these are my filters. Okay. So my report's broken down by who we interviewed, as well as all applicants, because Dr. McCammon wants to see, you know, what the difference is, who we interviewed, and then everybody that applied with us. So this is an example of a filter for those that we interviewed. And if you want to do the statistics for the applicants, you can just eliminate this interview status here. So these are 2 different categories that you have to do, and it's self-identification, demographic self-identification, and this is the drop down that comes up. So these are your choices. Okay, and same for, this is another filter, but you do demographics and sex, and these are the only 2 options are female and male that come up. Okay, so I collect all the Excel reports here, each one that I run, and then I just combine them all together like this into one report, and this is what it looks like. Okay, so then if you want to create a chart, what you would do is you just highlight the columns A and B, go to insert, recommended charts, and I chose the donut. And then this is what it looks like. So this is a pie chart that you can use for your PEC and 8, your 8 meeting, PEC meeting, excuse me. Okay, and this is an example of an actual statistics report that we use. You can see we have all applicants here. Then we have ones that were selected and then who matched. Okay. So how do I use the formulas? So what you do is you select the cell that you want the total to appear. So right here, I've highlighted all of B. Then you click formulas. And this, I'm just going to add. So you hit auto sum. And then this formula comes up right here. And it's also right there under the formula right there. And then you hit enter, and then here, voila, it just totals it for you. That's simple. Okay, so then there's other ways to use Excel. For me, I have a department budget. I do vacation requests, like the resident vacation request, and special events. And it's a way just to keep your pulse on important numbers. Like, for instance, if your PD says, hey, how much money do we got left in our budget? You can just quickly just go to your report and go, oh, we got da-da-da-da-da. He asked me that the other day. Then the residents is easy. You know, if you've got all of their stuff in Excel, you just say, oh, you got these many days left. So it's a good way to just have things readily available. Okay, so here is a sample of my department budget. Now, I know y'all are looking at these numbers here, and clearly this one stands out, the secretary, and it's a secretary, 100,000. But these are all made up numbers, so just so you know.
Should have put 200,000.
Well, it should, but I was just trying to be sensible, maybe seeing if y'all were paying attention. But anyways, okay. So all the line items that are here, I have on separate sheets, okay? And this is the summary sheet. So the way I figured it out was the summary sheet, there are formulas you can use to get them to populate in here. And that's what I did. I won't bore you with it, but you see this one right here? The line item general core competency 600. This is the equation or the formula that's used that one number here over here that's on their sheet comes over into my summary sheet. I'm not going to bore you with it now, but there are ways you can do that. So I have mine set up to do that. Okay, here's my resident vacation time off sheet. I have a separate sheet for each of my residents. And then I've set up the vacation entries so that it has the total days and how much balance they got. And the formulas here are right at the top. And how to get there, how to do it. Okay, and here's a sample of like a special function sheet. I use it for my graduation and visiting professors just to keep track of the expenses. So if you're working with a budget, it helps you to keep organized. And I hate to share the same picture Dr. McCammon did, but I didn't know he was going to share this picture of my residents. But I was going to say that I felt proud. I feel like a proud mom just showing this picture of my residents because, you know, I love it. It was the day of their picture day, and they came in their white lab coats and got their pictures taken. And then they asked the photographer if they would take another picture, and then they threw on their shirts real quick. So I thought that was really cute. And that's all I have.
Okay, well, if Dr. McCammon is still on the call, I just want him to know that while I might make breakfast for your residents, you won't be getting anything like this at USC. So that is incredible, Lynn, the stuff that you're doing, these reports, the stuff is so important. Like, and yeah, there's probably people on this call who are like, you know, duh, it's an Excel spreadsheet. But I know, because I talk to a lot of you guys, that there are a lot of you out there that have no idea how to do this. Like, you just don't think you have the bandwidth, or you're too busy. And, you know, some of us started using the internet, you know, when it was an abacus and just stones, you know. I mean, I remember starting with, there was no internet, you know, so technology, all of that, it's just gotten ahead of us. And at a certain point, we just stop, especially when we have people under us that can like figure that stuff out for you. But if you own this information, it just makes your life so much easier. You want to know how certain people can do more than one major task, like they have fellowships and residencies. You know, this is how. Because if they weren't doing things like this, they would be way too overwhelmed with all the shoveling that is burdensome when you try to do everything on paper and you don't make use of some of these apps. So thank you very much, Lynn. I know I'm going to be watching that over, taking notes. Or
I have one thing to say, since Dr. McCammon's on the screen. He forced me to do everything paperless. I mean, we were already as a team on our page, you know, on the same page, but literally he's taken it to a whole nother level. I mean, like is the driving force.
You have a young program director. Okay.
He's extremely young.
Even though my program director is young at heart, he's still a massive boomer. So I have to actually, for Dr. Gill and Dr. Fuchs, make notebooks, and, you know, like I have to put the applications in there for them, or they like it really when I bind them, like professionally. Super excited when they get one of those. It's actually kind of fun because this is something I know how to do, and they get so excited over it, and it's just such a little thing. But everyone else hates that. They don't even want me to use WeTransfer to send applications to them. They don't even want that step. They like what Stephanie was showing. They like what Lynn is showing. So if you want to, you know, if you want to make it easier on yourself, guys. And does anyone else have any questions for Lynn before we move on to Jenny Elf, who's going to go over Google? Because I know there's a lot of people that don't know how to use Google effectively. Embarrassed to admit, I hope you don't lose any more respect, but I only found out about Google Scholar like yesterday. So there's a lot of things that Google does. And for those of us who don't use Google on a regular, I think this is going to be helpful. So Miss Jenny, where are you? Okay.
All righty. Okay. So
thank you so much, Lynn and Stephanie.
I'm going to go ahead and pull up a couple of forms that I used this year that we used during our interview season, so you can actually see them and how it collects the data. Okay.
Well, Jenny, I just have to say one thing. You've come a long way, baby.
Have I?
Yes, because I remember doing a talk with you.
Yes.
You did everything. And
Oh,
I was like
honey.
scratching my head. So literally you've come a long way.
This is the first year that we're paperless, and not all of us are paperless. Not all of us. Some people still need paper because they need to print it out and hold it and touch it and write on it and all this other good stuff. But yes, the only applications that were printed out this year were the ones that I saved for the ones we matched. So yeah, yes, we did have to. I know, honey. I know. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. All righty. I'm going to go ahead and share. And this is, you'll see how much I enjoy these forms, okay? And they're fantastic. And then you can just email them to your interviewers, and it's really awesome. All right, here we go. So we have applications for our upcoming URM scholarship, but also I colored the things I still do are color code because we had our red, red day, blue day, orange day, and purple day. So for our candidates this year, I'm just going to pick a day so we can just see here. Okay, and so the form itself, this is for the residency candidate for interview day number 3. You can preset your interview date, all right, as well as your put what, no matter what you do, even if you say last name, first name, they're still just going to type in Scooby. Okay, so when you get to the Excel spreadsheet, you can physically change it back. It's fine. So this is how we worked our ranking boxes. Okay, plus the we had a comment area for the interviewers as well, and how they rank the candidate. Okay, we made them use whole numbers, okay, because normally they like choosing more than one box, but I forced them to use just one number, and then but in their comments they put 8.75. I mean, so yeah, so they still would have had to do that, but that's all right. So you can see all of the responses I received, and collects all the data for you from all of the interviewers. Okay, there, and that shows you. I after the interview day was done, so they wouldn't use the wrong form. I put not collecting responses anymore. I changed it open from open to closed, and then I have the summary plus and you can see your summary sheet here, or you want to go by individual question to make sure they answered them all. Okay. And by interviewer. It shows how he filled out his application. You can click through and see Dr. Narayan's results, okay? But the best part about this is you can put this into an Excel spreadsheet, which is fantastic. You can review everything all at one time at your ranking meeting. So you convert it over to a spreadsheet, and then you have, let's see here. Where's my hide? There we go. All right. So we did everything alphabetical. We did everything alphabetically, of course, by candidate name. And then and all of his, the person, each individual interviewer had their comments that they put in, okay? And then that led to a final score. But so yes, so this was very easy to do because it was easy to alphabetize. And even if I didn't have some, like I said, they just put in Stephanie. I know that Stephanie's last name is Stenner, and I put Stenner, comma Stephanie, and I was able to, this is a live document now when they're looking at it. It's closed now, but it's and I can make corrections on the fly with their with the candidate names or anything like that. And also when they're having their discussion, we can go over to what their rank, what they gave the overall scores were. And this is for one person right here. Okay. And then I kept it, I chose a block, but like one cell between, one row between to keep the candidates separate. And the forms are fantastic that I'm gonna go back to, and I'm gonna stop sharing really quick, okay? And I'm gonna go back to, oh, there's questions. How secure is the document? As secure as your firewall? Yes, that is very true. The document is very safe and it's very secure. And we have an institutional account. Yes. So thank you, Stephanie. And we're able to save all of this information. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share again, and I'm going to show you how I share the link with the attendings the day of, so that they have it, so they can just click on it automatically. I've worked a couple of Zooms with a couple of coordinators that, you know, they were using paper up until this point, and this worked for me the year before last, and it went spectacularly well. And you can see your results are immediate, which is fantastic. So I'm gonna go back here. Let's see here. Go back to my form, and I'm gonna share again with y'all. I'm gonna hide the thumbnail because I can't see where I'm going here. There we go. So, well, that didn't work. All right. So, anywho, goodness gracious, I can't see where it is. But anyway, right over here, oh, under the chat box here, there is share a link. You can share the you can share the form directly with all of your interviewers. I prefer to do a calendar invitation, so they know they're interviewing on that day, and I include the calendar invitation. I include the form. So that's how we used it this year with the Google Forms. And I've used them for faculty events as well. Like for research day, I did it so I could collect lunch orders and things like that. So it was just easier to, I found this very easy, and it makes you look like a rock star once all of the information is tallied into the Excel spreadsheet. I'm going to go back. And I know some people that we were talking about that you may or may not have a Google account, or you have your school blocks access or whatever. It's easily fixed if you talk to your IT people, because I was having trouble at first. And then when we told them specifically what we were using it for, to collect data, they were completely okay and fine with it. So it's extremely easy and secure. So I know, like I said, I had a couple of coordinators on here already that I did little Zoom tutorials with, and I'm happy to do that again with y'all. If you just reach out to and contact me. That I know that the coordinator open forum, we're running a little behind, and the open forum is very important. So does anybody have any general questions?
So did any of your faculty have any problem using the link, clicking it, and getting into filling out the form?
It was operator error. If they did,
Okay.
it was operator error, but I embedded the link for that day for that specific form. So I made it foolproof, or Jenny proof, idiot proof, so they could use that specific course. So it wouldn't collect data for another day. It's collecting for only that specific day. And after the day finished, I went ahead and I closed out the form and locked it. And then they couldn't go backwards and to another, let's say they're interviewing on all 4 days and they filled up calendar day number 2, and they couldn't click on that anymore because it's closed and it won't accept it won't accept any more responses. So they had to go to the specific day we were interviewing on the calendar, click within the body of the calendar information and click on the form, click on the link right there. Yep.
So the form, correct me if I'm wrong, they have to fill out everybody's stuff, not just one applicant. So it's, right, is that correct?
For each applicant, for each
So each
candidate,
applicant, they go in and get the form and do it. Is that the way they do it?
the form is open. So all they have to do is put in their name and change the candidate because they just changed the name on the form. And because now the form is, and that collects the data by each person. So Dr. Narayan would have his form open, and then he would click over to a clean form. It still says Dr. Narayan on it, you know, and it still has the day. I've filled in things like the day, the interview day for them, so it's already there. So they don't have to worry about things like that.
So it's like they fill it out right after they interview the person.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then they go on to the next person and fill out the next applicant, correct?
Yep,
Okay,
correct.
that's what I wanted to know.
And then
Okay.
yes, and then they can just go on to the next candidate, and then at the very end, you wind up with like 200 responses, and then you filter and sort with the Excel sheet, and it comes down to last name, first name alphabetically. And then I go back and, like I said, somebody's always going to put in, you know, Scooby-Doo, you know, first name, last, but versus do Scooby, you know? So you can always go ahead and fix it on the fly.
Jenny, question for you.
Yeah.
You're doing how many days interviews do you do? And you do 4. So how do you get all the information to gather and collect into one form?
Okay. Then after we used all the data, and then we came up with our ranking list. Okay. And then I copied and pasted into another Excel spreadsheet. So all the data was there for each single day. I put into a clean Excel spreadsheet. After all the forms, after all the interview days were done, and the data was collected.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Is that like a form that you can share with us on Google, or?
Oh, you can create your own, and it's free. You just click on Google, click on Google, go and type in Google Forms.
Yeah.
And you can create your own. You can color code it like I did. You can do and each little section has a drop down of what kind of question you want to ask, or what do you want to collect? Do you want it to be yes and no answers? Do you want them to answer the form? That question, you can always put an asterisk. So it makes they can't move on to the next item without putting in an answer.
Okay.
To that question.
All right.
So
and do you use the same type of a Google form for the candidates to give you evaluation on their day?
Okay, so the first year, Dr. Meta and I, we did a Survey Monkey. Okay. We did a Survey Monkey and sent them the link after the interview day, and you know, how did they feel about virtual interviews and things like that, and it was a list of 5 questions. It wasn't very long. And then they had a little box. The last box was after the 4 questions, they could make comments. Okay. And then we collected it through SurveyMonkey. So yeah, so we just did that way. But this year we didn't send out an evaluation form because we were still virtual.
Yeah.
You know, it was a different group. She decided, I asked her if she wanted to do that. She said she did not. She felt we didn't need it.
Yeah, we bypassed that this year too. Yeah. All right. Thank you though.
Certainly, of course. And what I found the best is once you have all your data collected and in the comments, you have the comments are the best section, I think, where you can, on a piece of paper, you can't refer back to it right away. On an Excel spreadsheet, you can, or within that day, when you total out the responses, you can see all the responses that were made. So yeah, it's easy, and it's immediate results, which they like.
Thanks, Jenny.
Of course.
I have a question, Jenny. So before you instituted that with your faculty, did you do like a test run with somebody so you knew, or how did you?
The answer is no.
Okay.
Because Dr. Mehta said, Jenny, how are we going to get rid of paper? Because she said, I want you to put a PDF within the calendar appointment, and they're going to have to print off the number they need. Well, some people, since our normal little evaluation form were color coded, that was on blue paper. So some people wanted packets. Okay. And so Dr. Mehta's like, how can we eliminate that? And she said, there's got to be a way, there's got to be easy way, there's got to be a free way. So, that's when I started researching and found the Google Forms, easy to use, and it's paperless. It's fantastic. Do you need a Google account to use the forms? I don't log in as me on the Google Forms, but you can log in as you to create your own Google account. But yes, Stephanie says you have to have an account to do anything.
Right.
But I toggle back in between my university account and my ACURe account. Back and forth.
Okay, guys, these are the platforms we can't live without. And each one of us has our one that we like the best, and some of us are combining some of these, but thank you guys so much, because this is really useful information, and I know I'll be re-reviewing some of this later when I can sit down and think and look at it more. I know I'm going to be migrating more towards the using the ARIS program more fully. But will be interesting to get feedback from people if you decide in the next recruitment season to maybe do some of these things that we talked about, and let us know if it's made things better for you. So at this point, we have an open forum where you can just ask questions, anything that you may or may not have been covered today. That this will be the end of our meeting, so we don't have any more content to put out there, but if you want to ask questions of any of the coordinators that are here or make any comments, please feel free to do so. Really happy to have everyone join on today. We had a nice audience that stayed throughout the entire meeting, and really enjoyed today's presentation. So does anyone have any questions?
Me? I have a statement. Dr. McCammon just came in here and he said that this was really a good meeting. I mean, seriously, he said this has been a really good meeting.
Honestly,
like,
I'm
wow.
not happy at all about.
And he says it's a lot of good stuff. So there you go. So thank you very much.
Well, this is the reason why this society is helpful. I mean, it really is. And again, like Lynn has done a lot with the professional development committee, and it's only going to become more robust now. And you know, our time is limited. Time is a zero-sum commodity. So I prefer to sit and spend my morning doing sessions like this that I can actually take away and do something with, than just some empiric, you know, even the annual ACGME meeting is a lot of esoteric things. So very, 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 very helpful. Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you all so much for the meeting, because it's very informative and it really does help us reach out and connect to one another, you know, to get new ideas and bring them to our own institutions. So thank you all.
Yes, make sure you formally join as a member so that you have access to all the resources that we have in our Google Dropbox, because there is a lot of stuff in there that you can use as template, it just makes life so much easier. We never had this kind of stuff, when I was learning all this. So, there's so many reasons to engage and, offer your services as a mentor. Nobody's going to have to sit and it's not like dragging a kid up through school. It's just someone you touch base with. I know when I looked for mentors, I tried to find a bunch of them, like 4 or 5, so I could just rotate who I asked a question of, so I wasn't bombarding any one individual. So there's always a need, and you may not think that you know enough to be a mentor, but you know probably more than you think. So.
We do have questions, and Nicole, I can answer you. I can address this one. It says, for those of you who offer diversity scholarships for the sub-Is, how do you do that, and how do the applicants apply? Okay, so we have 3 scholarships at Emory University, one for July, one for August, and one for September. I've created a Google form application. And we ask the candidate when their preference dates for when they're wanting to come to Emory University. And then we put it on the school's website, and we put it on our website. So it's linked to our visiting medical students part. So they can see that, and they can go ahead and click on the our website guy, Sean. He's fantastic. All I have to do is send him information and the copy for it, and he creates a little page for me and has the access to it for me on our website. So he puts in the information, and he bolds out click here, and it's here, application. He puts application form, and then he puts click here, and then takes them directly to the form. And then it collects the data.
Can someone from the membership committee answer the question to remind everyone how to formally join ACURe?
Yeah, just so we all remember and can pass it along to our new colleagues as well.
Okay, somebody?
Denise, who's on volunteering?
Yeah, who's on the membership committee that can instruct the audience on the way to formally join ACURe?
Amy is pretty much the one. There she is.
There she is.
So you go to acure.urology@gmail.com.
Yeah, just reach out to us and we'll put you on that listserv. You can just
Amy, are you checking that email address periodically? Because you keep giving it out, but it's not really monitored. So, I mean, I check it once in a while, but people could get crickets unless we have someone who is regularly checking that email address. So it works. Their email will go through, but unless someone's looking at those regularly, we're not going to see them. Like when you go into the ACURE Google thing and you click on email, then that would take you to that email account. So someone could email any of the people, directly that are on the steering committee or on the executive committee, and we can forward it to you. I just worry a little bit about using that Gmail for ACURE because I know I don't check it regularly. So I don't want anyone to get lost in a black hole.
Okay, we have a question. Miss Lynn Voss, this is for Miss Lynn Voss. It says, Dear Lynn, is your background really the beach or is it just a screensaver?
I know. I already responded to her. No, it's virtual.
I just wanted to throw some humor there. So I appreciate your response, Lynn. Here I am sitting in cold and I'm like, oh, the beach looks so beautiful and serene. So
and that's why Shannon wants to come here and be me. That's why Shannon wants to be here.
Lynn usually has a crown on too. On top of being at the beach, she usually has a crown on.
Yeah. No, that's you. I don't have a tiara. That's you.
No, mine's a real crown. Yours is a filter.
I actually do not own a crown. I have never been crowned. So no, not me.
Well, mine's a crown, but you have that filter. You have the crown filter. It's queen. So listen, can I just circle back around to the membership? So now I'm confused. I just want to make sure that if people want to join formally, there's a way. I thought there was a form on our Google website.
I know we had a form at one point, and people had insisted we use that, which some people had problems because they didn't have a Google account.
Right. Okay. So should they email somebody to get added to the
Well, I just checked the Gmail and someone had emailed. There is an email there. Amy, if you know how to find the Gmail, then I won't forward it to you. Otherwise, I can forward it to you.
Okay, so then I guess what we do want you to do, and it would be great if people who are interested in helping us build this society would formally join. And since we're kind of waiting to receive, we'll make sure that the email box is checked, during the week so that you're not waiting a long time. Also, you probably know where to reach us directly if you had a question or something like that. But we really are trying to, and SAU is really wanting us to do it as well, because you guys know there's no centralized database anywhere that's accurate and up to date that shows all the contact, like program coordinator, chairman, PD, email, cell phone, all that stuff. So for just that reason alone, having us have this society and have active membership where we can have this spreadsheet updated is useful to so many people. And useful to all of us as well. And then once you look at some of the resources we have on there, I think it would eliminate a lot of the traffic on the Google email if some people would look through there, because a lot of things that you're asking questions about we have in these documents, and we even have archived conversations. So there's so much information. We also want people to contribute to it. So if you have a good example of something, like I saw somebody asking for goals and objectives. Does somebody have a template for goals and objectives? And I know that is very dependent on what your specific rotation is. But if you would go to these resources, there are already things like that uploaded in there to help you sort of get a little verbiage going or whatever, or just to see how other places do it. Same with evaluation forms. I saw a lot of questions about, does somebody have a template for an invitation for interviews? Does somebody have a template for rejection letters? We don't have stuff like that in there because, to be quite honest, that's pretty basic secretarial stuff. Nobody is putting those kinds of templates in there. If you have a mentor and that's a kind of a question you would want to ask them, that's a good person to ask something like that to. But we have other documents in there that are really useful, like especially resident handbooks and, like things you don't want to have to reinvent the wheel. So I want to make sure we get more people. We only have 50% of programs. We probably have way more percent of that people actually communicating on this email exchange. So I know there's more of you out there, and I think a lot of you just don't realize that there's that email does not mean you've joined as a member. So we haven't captured any information. And
Yes,
also,
and actually, Shannon, when you look, Amy, that was one thing Amy said, we do not have 167 members, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of people join with both their institutional email, they also have to join with their Google email, with their Gmail. Mm-hmm. So basically, we have about half of what is there. So more like, 80?
And besides just having the data, like a database of all contacts, the SAU, some people don't even get the SAU's messages. They don't have an active blast system like the ACGME does, where when there's something happening, we get an email. So not everybody, even I don't get those emails from the SAU, even though I'm on the board. So I don't know why. Maybe it goes to my spam filter. I don't know. But being able to get advanced warning about things that are going to affect our jobs, or even more so being asked to come to the table and offer input on those things, is so important. And you have no other way of getting that information firsthand and as quickly if you don't belong to this society. It's the only society for urology coordinators. And so this is the reason why we'd like to see every program involved. SAU would like to see every program involved so that we have a really good open line of communication. And look at who we met through the SAU. Dr. Wilson, you know, all of these initiatives that we all are trying to work on and we're discussing in our PECs. You know, we have access to resources to people to come and talk to our programs and the networking and everything. There's just so many opportunities, and it just makes it a lot easier. Are you included on your department list when SAU dues are paid?
I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but do you all know what I'm talking about? When your department pays the SAU dues and you can put your name on it. I include my PD and my chair and my APD, and I actually put my med student coordinator or med student clerkship director on there as well. So the more the merrier. I'm hoping that is what the SAU uses for their email lists.
I don't know.
They do.
So while paying the invoice, there's a way to add people to that list. Is that what you're saying, Denise? Okay. I mean, I'm transferring from critical care and anesthesiology, and I was on the board in that department for many, many years. And I do have a membership form that I had created. We can repurpose that if our society wants to use it here. I'm happy to share that with anybody who want to. And let's streamline the list. I'm happy to volunteer myself for that as well.
I love it when people volunteer.
Hey.
Well, we will be having look for announcement for elections, because we usually have them in March and we are a little bit behind because of the things, but so I would love self-nomination. Again, this is what's going to keep this thing going and make it stronger. Like, you know, some of us are getting gray and long in the tooth and aren't going to be here forever. And a lot of us are really holding this thing together. You might notice there's the number of people who are actually answering these questions that you guys are posing to that. So we need more people. We need more brain power. We need more people to offer to respond to the questions and things like that. So the more we have, the better we are, the stronger we are. And
right.
Please look for that. I really appreciate Priyanka. You seem super organized. Like,
thank you. I try, but I'll just share very quickly. I'm 4 months new into urology, and I'm absolutely loving this community. I have been part of your anesthesiology for many years. And Denise, you just messaged me. Wow, 25 years really in anesthesiology. That's wonderful. So, you know, it's a good community, and I would like to, you know, collaborate on different projects. I know you all have set such wonderful bridge to so many of us who are new in the field, but to the field of urology, I mean. But I would like to collaborate in curriculum development. I would like to collaborate on research if any of you are interested in that. I know mentorship also means, like, you know, in terms of professional development or things of that nature. So we are coordinators, but we wear so many different hats, right? So if there's any interest out there, and if you want to do multi-institutional study with all the stuff that we are already doing, let's publish together. Let's get together and do some things. And Shannon and, you know, Stephanie and all of you, like, who have reached out to me and kind of been so helpful in mentoring me and kind of bringing me on in this community. I really want to challenge you even more. So we have a place on AUA. Like, I mean, I'm just baffled that we are only at SAU. We got to move forward. We have to have a place. And was it Stephanie or somebody else who told me the registration fee is ridiculous to get into AUA? I want to go. I want to present there. But really, I mean, fees like $750. Yeah.
If you're not a member, it's like $700. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. So we need people who have already established themselves in urology to kind of just pave the way for all of us, and we'll join hands, we'll petition, we'll do whatever to get the seat at the table. Let's do it. I feel like we have 44 wonderful leaders in urology who are really running the show here administratively and managing up. let's put our hands together and see what we can do in AUA world. I hope I'm not rocking any boat here, but I'm
Okay,
really
So
inspired.
Dr. McCammon is on the board, the AUA board. We need to talk to him.
There you go, Lynn. That's it.
Getting the SAU to recognize this was an important first step for sure, because that took a lot, and we're going to take baby steps. And we do usually have this meeting at the SAU. I actually liked doing it not at the SAU because I think it provides for greater engagement. And I think when we do these meetings virtually, we have more ability to reach more people and more people can participate. But that was just something that happened as a pivot because
totally
COVID and all that. And, so, but I'm very excited for anybody who is excited to pitch in, help. Like I said, guys, there is no coordinator out there that's looking for more work to do. Like I've never met a single coordinator that goes, oh yeah, I want to do more work. And I often think back like to how did I get this? How did I get involved in this? Because I'm like the king of I don't want more work to do. And when I look back on it, it has more to do with the fact of feeling the need to pay it forward. And they needed my help. And like I've said many times, the amount of effort that I've had to put into this has multiplied in the amount of knowledge that has brought me individually. So it's almost like kind of forced to keep up a little bit on your game. I know a lot of things, but I don't always remember the why of it. So it's only made me better at my own job. And there's a group of us, it's not any one person's job to do stuff.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely,
the networking, for all of that alone, I encourage you to think about it. Watch your emails for these announcements. And does anyone have any further questions for the group?
I would like to make one comment, and what Stephanie has on the ACURE group, the first sentence is, we have a group of women with more than 400 years of experience.
Yeah.
That is on the Google the group. So that's the first sentence, that we're a wealth of knowledge and we can count on each other. So I'm glad that Stephanie did that.
That's a lot. Also, I just want to circle back to the AUA. The AUA is a meeting that most of us see because of its prominence on the national stage. But I personally think that having the SAU work with us and having the SAU recognize us is 1,000 times more important, because the SAU is the one who basically shapes what our jobs are going to be and what we're going to be doing. The AUA doesn't, so by having them reach out to us, that's like kind of letting us get our foot in the door to like, oh, hey, before you decide to say do standardized medical student rotation invitations, let me tell you all the reasons why that might not be even able to be done. So before that idea floated its way halfway down the universe, it was already caught up in the realization that not every medical school releases or processes the requests the same way. So trying to come up with a date for everybody to do. It hadn't gotten into their head because they're not the ones doing the actual work. They got the conceptualization, but they don't have the actual shoveling piece. So I would way rather have a seat at that table so I could stop them from assigning us shoveling duties that are absolutely impossible. And so to me, this is super exciting. If I believe that will segue itself into something maybe more national like the AUA. But I look at the AUA a lot like I look at the ACGME annual meeting. I feel like there's a time and a place where that meeting is important. But after a while, I think this more subspecialized focus of the SAU is actually more relevant to what we do on a daily basis. And us as the companion component to the SAU, the coordinator piece is similar.
100%, 100%.
ACGME. Yeah, but I'm not saying there's no sky's no limit. Sky's no limit. What we need is engagement, that we need people to volunteer and even a little capacity, just to be an at-large member, to, help with a newsletter one time, to just provide some backup or whatever. Again, we're not trying to make a full-time, part-time, or even a, 20-hour week job for anybody. we're trying to make it a once a month, we get together, we talk about what we're going to do, and then we kind of move independently in our subcommittees and get things done that way. So yeah, welcome.
No, I think
Comers,
well
welcome.
said, Shannon. I appreciate what you said because, conferences like AUA or ACGME, they are so big that you get lost in the whole process. But some of us might have that interest to go in there. And even in to bring in anesthesiology again, we had to fight our way into those different conferences. And the way we utilized ASA, which is a equivalent of AUA in urology, is to meet with all the med students. So we used to, all the coordinators would go in and meet with the, from the clerkship hat that we wear, alongside our program directors, and we'll meet with all the med students who would be applying to our program for residency. And the other side of it is alumni relations. So many of our alumni will come to AUA, and which is what I'm doing this year too. So our program director, our chair, a lot of our faculty members, residents, we're all going there, and we'll be connecting with the alumni. So I think those are the, pearls of wisdom, I guess, or golden opportunities is the word I'm looking for, to meet at AUA and make that connection with your alumni that you may have produced over the past many years. So just passing
most of us
along
do
that.
have alumni meetings at the AUA, but a lot of programs I find will not send the program coordinator. So it's usually senior clinical administrator or somebody else.
Yeah.
And so, but again, we work as a team. So,
Sure.
all of that all kind of works together.
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything else for the, Susan says she wants to make sure that people, if you get an email from her. Okay, great.
I just want to say to all the new coordinators that, this has gotten so much bigger. We have to know so much more. We have to do so much more. We have to be so much more than even 10, 15 years ago. So never be afraid to ask anybody any questions. It's okay. We're all here to help, and we've been through this, and it's hard. This is hard, but it's worth it in the end. And we all graduate awesome residents who go on to become awesome physicians. So
Oh, absolutely. At the end of the day, I think that's what keeps us, here.
Well, you have a little part of something that's much bigger than you are, which is, shaping and paving and helping facilitate a complete career transformation, like a complete life change for people.
Absolutely.
When I look at the the foreign medical graduates, that I've been able to bring into the program, or that I've helped mentor into the program, that are now practicing urology in the United States. Entire life has been changed for them and their family. Who gets to say that about their job? I mean, literally all we're doing is moving papers from one side of our desk to the other all day long. But in that process, we're actually transforming people's lives. And if you don't see that you have that impact and that that is your role, you are completely focusing on the wrong thing. You don't focus on the minutia. Focus on the fact that, we are in a position of being so transformative to someone and being part of something like that, that most administrative type jobs do not make that kind of impact on somebody else. So this is it, guys. We're in the best part of academic medicine, being in graduate.
Absolutely. And I think on Facebook, I may have seen somebody posting that it was 21 years in urology today, right? She's living it. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Can you share a couple of words about your journey and 21 years?
It's been hard. I've gone through, I think I'm on my 4th program director. I had several, I have new faculty, but I think one of the best things about my job is that the majority of my faculty have all been former residents. They've all come back. My chief was a medical student. I knew him when he was a medical student. All of my VA docs are all former residents. So I think we only have one who came from Loma Linda. think that's where he's from. But I mean, my residents are fantastic. It's been a hard journey trying to just get used to some of the faculty and the way they are. I just had a new program director that started in July, and we used to butt heads as faculty, her being a faculty and me being the coordinator. But everything's going good now. I still love my job. I love my residents. So it's been a long journey.
Wow, that is a lot of change.
Well, that means you can boss
Jenny
them
says
around.
Jenny says she's been doing it 21 years too. But I'm hoping, God
That's
willing.
26 on you.
Oh my God.
Same program director for 26 years.
Oh my gosh, wow.
I want
Amazing.
to retire I want to retire next year. I'm hoping that I get to retire next year. So
I have too many
Well,
years.
congratulations to both of you. Wow,
Thank
that's
you.
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
ladies. I have,
Are we gonna get a
Wait,
picture?
wait, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but wait, I want
Lord.
Dr. McCammon to get on too.
Yes, everybody, cameras on.
full screen.
Cameras on.
I knew
Woohoo.
they were gonna say get a picture. I look a
Yes,
mess.
come on. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay.
I love
I'm
your
number-
background,
I'm still
Jenny.
number one.
What?
Number one. I'm still number one.
Oh, you like my background? Thank you. Thank you ever so kindly. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, it's the exorcist steps. Why not? Anywho, all right, y'all ready? And we're gonna do it a couple times, okay?
We have 2 more people.
Oh, well, I know, because we're gonna change screens because we have so many people here that have to switch over to the next screen and get pictures from that one too. Okay, y'all, are you ready?
Wait a minute, y'all. I
Yes.
gotta get picture ready.
Okay, get yourself ready, honey. I'm ready when you are. All right, Elizabeth, where are you? Come on, Miss Elizabeth.
Megan, Trisha.
Who else we missing?
My face is frozen.
Oh no, oh my gosh, look at that. Megan, Marie, Kara, Stephanie, oh my goodness, Deborah, Marie. Oh my
That's a
goodness.
good-looking
Dawn,
group.
Kathleen,
Fine, y'all.
Deborah, oh come on.
Yes.
Kimberly. All right, come on, y'all, cameras on. And then I'll switch over to the next screen and get a photo from that one too, okay? Because it's oh, come on. Did you just log off because we're taking a photo? I don't know who did that, but okay. All right. Everybody ready? 1, 2, and 3. All right, there's one.
Literally feels like my wedding day when I had to have this expression for like,
All right, I'm switching
hours.
over.
I look like a cutout in every single picture. Like 0.
All right, everybody.
That's what happens when you have a Duchenne smile. It just goes into that one spot and just stays there the whole time. Just stays there.
Okay. I moved over to the second screen. Okay, ready? 1, 2, and 3. Oh, I'm gonna do that one again.
Good night.
Stephanie came on. Okay. Okay, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
All right, Jenny, keep your day job. Good
I
night.
know. I didn't say it was fabulous.
All right, folks.
You know, I didn't say I was absolutely popular. I just did it. There you go.
Thank everybody so much for joining us today. I hope I see some of you at our next professional development session. It would be great to see more engagement, and yeah, let's do this again.
Yes.
Thanks
I
so
agree.
much. Thanks to our wonderful presenters, Dr. McCammon, Dr.
Thank
Wilson.
you.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
And we'll see you
Bye-bye.
soon. Bye-bye, all.
Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.